Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice. I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hi there, high fives and whatever, and thanks for showing up. I'm Alan. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Hey, there's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
And Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Got a brand new Poundcake sports break later in the show today. We usually do those around 5:20, so if you're here with us during that hour, over the past few weeks, it has proven itself to be one of the more popular segments here on the show. Mm-hmm. You have a very small window in which to catch it, though, because it is only 90 seconds. And I was thinking about this, and I haven't talked to Poundcake about it yet, but people enjoy that 90 seconds so much that I thought perhaps we would extend it a bit down the road. And if Poundcake is so inclined to do it, I thought that maybe we would incorporate some eating into the Poundcake sports break. And not only that, good news for you, Poundcake, we're going to make it a 15-minute segment.
So anyways, apparently, guys, we're never going to guess.
Really relax and take your time with it.
Really dig into these stories.
Yep.
I'll have a nice piece of pizza, just fold it like so
Deep
you'll never
dive. I never got into the folding pizza thing.
I don't fold my pizza.
Never I mean, I get if you
That's
get
for like a big New York slice.
and I don't like that
but
type
even
of pizza.
that,
It's soggy.
Or
even
if it's
that.
flimsy.
But
if
I remember
it's not a thicker crust.
that's what we got in high school because it's cheap to make. Mm-hmm. So you just see these big, huge slats of pizza or whatever, and you'd fold them only because you didn't have that much time to eat. Mm-hmm. You'd have to run down the hall, eat in 50, get in line, eat whatever in 15, 20 minutes. And I never enjoyed that. But for people who fold their pizza, it seems like you're eating it in half the time. You'd want to enjoy it. Mm-hmm. You'd want to. I get that it's probably less cumbersome for you.
Was lunch only a half an hour?
Oh yeah,
that's what stuck out to me in your whole spiel there, because I used to think lunch was like so much longer, like an hour.
It differs by school, but at my school, people used to get busted by like whatever teachers were monitoring the halls during lunches because we'd have to run down the hall and they'd be like, no running, like. You give us 20 minutes to get in there, get in line, get our food. I'm probably exaggerating a bit, but it was not long. We had like 7 lunch periods. And if you got like
7, wow.
Yeah, if you got like sea lunch or whatever, like you had to get down there fast.
Yeah.
You had to know what was on the menu that day. You had to know what, So people were kind of going in different directions, obviously. It wasn't one line. They had like the snack bar and the pizza thing or whatever. And I never had any money. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm going, all right, I got $1.20. What can I get for that? And but you had to eat so fast. To this day, I have had to condition myself to slow down when I eat. Well, and I succeeded for a while until we had our daughter. And then, if you're a parent, most of the time you're eating dinner over the sink, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, especially if you have like
leftovers, whatever they didn't eat.
If you have like a baby, and so I've had to recently make a conscious effort again to slow down and eat. But you learn that in school. I think for a lot of people, you learn you just start eating so fast because you don't have much time to eat.
Our lunch periods were the same length as, because it was just a regular period.
That's what I'm saying. It was
And so
like 45
43 minutes. Yeah, 45
Oh,
minutes. or
God,
so,
I
yeah.
wish we had 45 minutes to eat lunch.
Ours we had regular periods that were, I want to say 47 minutes. And then we would have like first period, second period, and then they started to do half. So you would have like period 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then those were also the lunch periods. So the lunch periods were only half of a regular period, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So you would have first and second period, and then if you had third period lunch, then you would have 4, 5, 6, 7, and then an eighth period study hall or something.
And you guys
like
had the
that.
shorter lunch, so you felt more pressed for time, and you ended up being the better students. So maybe that's the way to go. Poundcake and I over here, like, yeah, what's the big deal? We got lunch.
Taking leisurely lunch. Yeah, our
We had
periods.
two lunch rooms though. So
2 lunch rooms.
So
wow.
again, this wasn't Oberlin. This was JVS. So we had like a lunchroom that actually served like hot food, and then the other ones kind of had like vending machines and snack machines. So that's
well,
why
and at that school they probably built the lunchrooms, right? So
And
that's
they
why they
also
wanted
had-
everybody to take full advantage of them.
they had like a little restaurant in between in the middle. That's why I thought we had so much time.
The JVS Bistro was in between the two of them.
Because I was a floater.
You know what? I'll have the Clams Casino and I'll have a Diet Coke. Thank you.
Walk around different lunch tables and flirt with all the law enforcement students and like flirt with all the carpenters and masons. And yeah, so I felt like I had so much time.
Law enforcement there were law enforcement students at your school?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought it was just a
It was
carpenter
class.
school.
No, they had all types of vocations.
Oh.
But yeah, I would just go in there, instigate fights, and then go into the other lunchroom and then watch the people run in. Like, ooh, there's a fight going on. Like,
Loud noises!
No idea what's
you
going
would be
on.
the one instigating the fight in one of the cafeterias, and then you'd run to the other one?
I'd be like, Bethany called you a bitch, Shanice. And she's like, what? And then she'll go over into the other lunchroom, and then all of a sudden I just see a bunch of teachers run. And I'm like, ooh.
I'll tell you what, Bethany and Shanice were always starting something.
Always getting into it.
Michael Jackson, you want to be starting something? Poundcake goes, yes. He answered that song. It was a rhetorical question, but he answered it in the affirmative. And then Bethany and Shanice.
I'm about to go open up Big Fridge. I'll wheel her out.
See, I don't know much about vocational schools. I assumed they were dude heavy.
Oh, of course. Well, they had girl classes mainly.
I don't wanna make any assumptions. Were Bethany and Shanice women?
Yes.
Okay.
But they had mainly girl classes. Like usually, like they had secretary or administrative assistant classes. Cosmetology was mostly girls.
Yeah.
Early childhood education. So there was plenty. It just depends on what classes
There
you
were
were.
a lot of courses of study then. I thought it was mostly like you learn to be a welder.
trade
No.
school.
Yeah,
We
right.
got 5 minutes.
Trade school. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Is that a different than a vocational school?
I think so.
Okay.
I
No,
honestly
it's
don't
the same.
know.
Is it the same?
Trade school and vocational school are
Okay.
the same. But
I'm very ignorant about what those
But
things
learning
are.
a trade was the things that you're describing. Carpentry.
Learning to trade. You know, when we had holy cards, I'd go through them. I'd go, need it, got it, need it, got it. You
That's
know,
what Pokemon was.
That's right. I got St. Christopher's rookie card. That was a very good year. It was like 746 BC, I think.
Yeah.
And boy, nobody wanted to trade that one with me.
Is that like a holographic Charizard?
There are words coming out of your mouth. I can't process them properly.
That
but
was like the big
a holographic
Pokemon card
Charizard.
you
Yeah,
had
that was
to get.
that was the one that like you slap that down and it's game over.
Nobody,
Oh, yeah?
I think. I don't
there
know.
were
I never
not
played
that
Pokemon.
many. There were not that many holographic cards to begin with, and so they were already rare. And then they were usually like the third evolution because some Pokemons can evolve into different forms or whatever. So it was usually like the third evolution, and it was like a holographic. Mewtwo, I think, is that what it was? MEWTU,
Yes,
something like
yes.
that. That was another super, super rare one.
I was recently informed that Pokemon Go is still technically a thing.
it is.
Yeah.
People are still out doing it. Like,
There's somebody I ran into the other day that still plays it, and like they play it religiously. Like they were in an elevator, like catching Pokemon, and I was just like, "You playing still?" And she's like, "I love it. I'm obsessed."
So this holographic Mewtwo Pokemon card is for $200 for one card. That's crazy.
wow.
Just rare.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, yeah, I don't know.
Vocational schools.
Vocational schools, right? And again, for a lot of people, they're like, you know, they have the last laugh. People who go to those schools, they're like, yeah, I'm not $450,000 in debt, and I have a job that pays me well.
Well, yeah, I didn't take I have a carpentry certificate, but I don't use it. But
Maybe you should.
Our school was so big that we had like 5 minutes in between classes.
Maybe that should be your side hustle. Maybe you should stop doing the phone thing in the morning and start working with some wood.
Dude, Now that I'm on this, on eBay, a first edition holographic Charizard card is going for $3,000.
I'm not surprised.
Good for you.
But is anybody paying that?
It says sold for.
Sold for. That's
Yeah.
pretty impressive. Yeah.
That's insane.
Collectibles.
We got
Maybe Bill, maybe you should get out of the sneaker game and get into the Pokemon game.
I'll stick with the sneakers and the Dogecoin. Thank you very much.
All right.
We had Pokemon cards banned at our school because kids were getting in, like, fist fights and stuff.
That happened with
over 'em.
Magic
Oh yeah,
cards.
I think a lot of schools probably had to contend with that.
I had a little pencil case that was pink and that had like a mirror in it, and then the mirror part came down, and that's where I hid my Pokemon cards.
My brother,
find 'em.
You were sneaky.
Like it's a speakeasy.
Want some Coke? Oh, no, I'm just having my Pokemon card.
You walk in and you just like hit the little button and then like everything flips around. It's like, all right, who's ready to sell some cards?
You got a trench coat on and they're on the inside. When I was a kid, my brother collected baseball cards and I collected movie cards. These aren't a thing anymore, but when I was a kid, Topps would have movie series cards. So Superman the movie or all the Star Wars movies, right? And you collect them all and keep, and I had all of them.
I had some Indiana Jones ones. And
I had
Batman
those too,
ones,
yep.
yeah.
And The Black Hole, which was a Disney movie. And I wonder if those are still in my parents' basement.
I bet those have some worth.
I've thought about this a lot recently because my dad is pushing 80. My mom's in her mid-70s now, you know. And I'm like, I wonder what is in. These aren't things I took with me. Like my entire comic book collection is still at my parents' house.
Yeah.
So these aren't things that I took with me along the way when I've moved all these years. But I'm like, those cards are somewhere. I never sold them. I didn't give them to anybody. They're somewhere. I don't know if they have any value, but just generically speaking, it seems like they would.
Yeah.
A lot dumber things than that, a lot newer things than that seem to have some kind of value.
Are you going to wait until they pass away to raid their basement?
Well, yes.
Okay. Come home and be like, hey, can I
No,
look for
You
some
just
treasures?
buzz right past them.
Well-
they're like, "Hi, Alan." Like, don't
talk to me.
in the bathroom.
Yeah, right. I'm looking for The Empire Strikes Back.
Movie cards!
I've got a break. If there's $1,000 in your future, your shot at it is on the way at 2:30. It'll be next chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen for that keyword coming up. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007, and you can text 35192.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go.
855-1992. You want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Watch live there if you like. Just up on social, whatever you need. Who's running the thing today? I don't see today's feed.
Should be up
Do
there.
we have someone helping in the video department today?
It should be up there.
For Cinco de Mayo?
Let me see what's going on. Sometimes the website's a little slow, or sometimes I don't hit a certain button that I'm supposed to hit.
Indians beat the Royals again. Indians are killing it. Royals, great team in baseball, and they're basically neck and neck with the Tribe in the standings right now. 7-3 was the final. So they've got 2 more to play. It's a 4-game series, but the Indians take the first 2. So Game 3 is tonight, still in Kansas City. That is an 8:10 first pitch here on WMMS. Keep in mind, all through the month of May, you can use the promo code FLOWERS with CLE Clothing Company, in addition to all the Buzzard merch they've got, which always goes quickly. So make sure you sign up for those restock notifications. They got a ton of great stuff. So anything you order, no matter how often you do it, with CLE Clothing Company, use FLOWERS, and you'll get 20% off whether you do it in store or whether you do it online. But Tribe tonight, 8-10. Cavs lose again.
They went to overtime, though.
They went to overtime, yes.
It was a really, really good game until we got to overtime, where we set a record almost, second biggest blowout in overtime ever.
In overtime.
Yeah.
It was 134-118 was the so
we scored 4 points in overtime.
They kind of pulled ahead, but the Phoenix Suns are the best team in basketball, believe it or not. That's not a phrase that you hear every year. So it was going to be an uphill battle, but whatever. So the Cavaliers are here at home. They're going to play the Trailblazers tonight at 7:30. So that's happening as well. Al Roker is coming back to Cleveland. He spent 5 years early in his career over at Channel 3. So a lot of people here have an affinity for Al Roker, who, by the way, is cousins with Lenny Kravitz.
Hey.
You know who Lenny Kravitz's mom was?
The lady from...
She shares a name with Al Roker.
What's this? I don't know her name, but I know
Roxy
she was
Roker.
On the Jeffersons?
Yes, she was the black woman in the interracial relationship in the Jeffersons. Roxy Roker is Al Roker's cousin and Lenny Kravitz's mom. And the Today Show is doing this thing called Reopening America, and they're going to different cities. I don't know if Cleveland is the first one, but they're sending Al Roker back to his old stomping grounds.
Things off in Philly a few weeks ago. Well, next week, we're taking the show on the road again to Cleveland. And, of course, that is Mr. Roker territory, one of your favorite cities.
I got to tell you, I worked at WKYC, Channel 3, for 5 years. It is literally my second home. A lot of folks in Ohio think I'm from Cleveland, and proud to be an adopted son of Cleveland. We're going back there. We're going to highlight everything, business booming
He's
again.
still got, I thought he had family here or something. Like, he's from Queens, but I thought he had family in Cleveland. Like, they always, every time Al Roker's in town, they like go out to Bedford or something, and they got some woman waving in the window. There's my cousin. Yeah. I don't know. I could be imagining that.
And great food scene, sports world. We're going to be talking with the Cavs' Kevin Love. We're going to see how Cleveland is pushing us farther into outer space. A lot of folks don't know. NASA's Glenn Reed.
What? Pushing his father into outer space?
Well, he just said a lot of folks don't know NASA's... I don't know if maybe Kevin Love's dad works for NASA.
Research Center.
Maybe he said pushing. Did he say pushing us farther? He's
He's
reading the prompter so quickly that I can't.
Highlight everything, business booming again, great food scene, sports world. We're going to be talking with the Cavs' Kevin Love. We're going to see how Cleveland is pushing us farther into outer space. A lot of folks don't know. NASA's Glenn Research Center is a major point for the lunar rovers that they're developing. We're going to be at the Rock and Roll Hall.
So he didn't say.
I heard his father, too.
Yeah, they're going to be talking to Kevin Love. They're pushing his father into space.
Like, dang.
What? They're not sending his father to space. They're pushing his father to space. That's how big of a dick his dad is.
Get in space.
Put on that suit. Put in that dumb Elon Musk suit and get into space.
How big of a mush do you have to be to have to go to outer space? So one thing, they put you in the bathroom. You're like, you're bad luck. Get in the bathroom.
Yeah.
You ever see Bronx Tale?
Long time ago.
You mush, get in the bathroom.
It's a deep dive. They should have sent Robert De Niro to outer space.
Fame with an amazing exhibit they've got on the Super Bowl halftime shows. We're going to look at the oldest operating black theater started in Cleveland, Caribou Theater. We're going to be going there. So we've got
the Caribou Theater.
I
He's
can't really
talking so
understand him,
fast that The oldest operating black theater is in Cleveland, Ohio.
I heard Paramoo, but I know
Caramoo. Oh, I've heard of this. The Caramoo House. Okay, East 89th. Yeah, I've heard about this. I didn't know that it was the oldest African American theater in the United States, like live plays. Yeah. Huh. All right, so Al Roker is going to be coming back to Cleveland in the next few weeks, I guess.
A whole lot of stuff we're going to do.
How open is Cleveland right now?
Yeah.
Are they open?
They're open. They're ready for business. They're doing it. Great.
He is
Carson Daly. He's sitting there.
Up.
Al Roker just does this rapid fire monologue. It's been written for him for Cleveland, and Carson Daly goes, "So they're open? Yes, you dummy."
No, just go in there to look at the buildings.
Look behind you. The graphic is called Reopening America. We just did Philly. They're sending me to Cleveland because I worked there for a cup of coffee. Are they open? Yes, you. Carson Daly. People forget about Carson Daly, but he's got a pretty sweet gig. For a while, he was the touch the screen guy because, up against the rest of the Today Show cast, he's the youngin', even though he's like mid-40s. So for a while, he was the guy that he was still doing morning radio in L.A. He doesn't do that anymore because he was working so much. He still had the late night show on NBC. And they put over on the Today Show, and for the first couple of years, they had him, they're like, let's go to Carson and see what's happening with the kids on social media. And he'd be looking at tweets or whatever, And now they've got him doing stuff. But he's going to get thrown right back to tweets on a monitor if he's asking dumb questions like that. Al, that sounds great. So are they open? You son of a bitch. Yes, they are open, and I'm going to be going. But Al Roker, who, got started in Cleveland and then went back home to New York, and he's been there ever since. But Al Roker basically got famous on Letterman, though, if you go that far back, because when they were in the GE building, Letterman and the Today Show, they were like right next to each other, and so he would have Al Roker. Up until then, Al Roker was just a local New York weatherman. And then Letterman put him on doing goofy things, and that's when people started to know about Al Roker.
And that's like Letterman on the Late Show, right? Not
NBC.
the Late Show, the NBC.
Late Night with David Letterman.
Night,
Mid-'80s, yeah. So that whole thing. I got $1,000 here for you. It is a chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely to the keyword here. Somebody wins with every one of these, so I hope it's you. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword water at WMMS.com. That's water. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
You can always call the Alan Cox Show After Hours line if you don't want to call live or you're not inclined to do so. You can always just leave us a message. It's 216-986-8903.
Hi, Alan. I just watched this video entitled Ted Cruz, The Booger on Democracy. And it's 9 minutes long, and it just summarizes why anybody with half an ounce of common sense would hate this guy's guts. It's an enjoyable and fun 9-minute watch. Thanks, bye.
This guy's name is Glenn. He never leaves his name, but I see his name come up. His name's Glenn. He calls every day. He despises Trump. Anything having to do with Trump or any of his toadies or anyone in his orbit or any of those like MAGA adults, he hates these people. Anyway, what he's referring to is a thing that The Daily Show did. 9-minute thing on Ted Cruz called The Booger on the Lip of Democracy. And they open it with, and I don't think I even remembered this, when the RNC had Ted Cruz speaking. I guess he had some schmutz on his lip. Ew. And everybody said it was a booger, and then it went into his mouth.
Yeah,
so
I saw that. Oh, I remember that.
I guess it was a big deal at the time. I didn't remember that at
yeah.
all. I mean, if you zoom in like they did on this piece, I don't know what it is. It's not a booger, but
I don't want to even think about it.
It looked like flesh-colored.
Yeah.
So first it was on his top lip, then it was on his bottom lip, and then he kind of like drew it into his mouth, assuming nobody would know, even though he's put up on a Jumbotron because you're speaking at a convention.
Mm-hmm.
But it's 9 minutes of how anybody who has ever met Ted Cruz despises him. Like his college roommate at Princeton is like a movie producer now. And they were talking to him about Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz was my roommate. I did not like him at all in college. I want to be clear because Ted Cruz is a nightmare of a human being. I have plenty of problems with his politics, but truthfully, his personality is so awful that 99% of why I hate him is just his personality. Awful, awful, awful person. Yeah, he's awful.
Okay, but they could say he didn't specify. I want to know details because anyone could say
Watch
anybody
that piece. Watch that 9-minute piece. They talk about how, like, when he married his wife, they didn't even live together for 7 years. He's just a weird, unlikable guy.
And yet that person gets elected every year. Every time elections come up, he gets reelected.
Well, you say the right things. He's in Texas. I mean, he does that thing where, like, you wrap bacon around the muzzle of a gun and then you hit target practice. And you
Texas
got
doesn't care about personality.
Huh?
Texas doesn't care about personality?
Well, Texas is a wild state. I mean, yeah, they care about personality, but I mean, not everybody votes for people based on personality. If he clearly, Ted Cruz doesn't seem to have any. I mean, if he goes out there, and who knows who's running against him when he runs? I mean, if you do that job long enough, after a while, anybody who runs against you is going to get stomped because you've just got, you've done so much. And these days, these guys aren't even running on policy. Nobody goes, well, where are you in this issue? They just go out there and go, take that, libs, and they get reelected. So it's an even easier gig than it ever was before. Speaking of boogers, by the way, Bill sent me a great piece of video.
Mary likes when we talk about boogers.
Yeah, super cool.
Especially.
Super cool.
Big old boogers going into mouths and stuff like that. Ugh.
Well, yeah, you sent me Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, he was on
Picked
TNT
one.
yesterday.
Didn't eat one, but picked one.
He straight up picked it. Picked it and flicked it.
Shaq picks gargantuan booger on air, is what the thing says.
Ugh.
So Dwayne Wade is part of this show now?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Dwayne Wade.
Well, there's like different iterations. So like this is the Tuesday night thing that they're doing, and then like the main cast is still
Barkley
Thursdays,
and Shaq and
Barkley, Shaq, Kenny Smith, and Ernie Johnson. But
Gotcha.
on Tuesdays they'll have Candace Parker, they'll have Dwayne Wade, and I don't even know this other dude's that's hosting it, but it's
is
still
it
a lot of fun.
But is it always Shaq?
I don't know if Shaq's always there. I think sometimes it's Chris Webber. I think
Okay.
they just kind of sub in whoever's available.
Adam Lefkoe is the other guy.
That's the guy.
So
He's good.
and they always have like a broadcaster. They have like a straight man.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, they always have that. Yeah.
Yeah, Candace Parker, I thought, when I used to work for the Chicago Sky, the WNBA, I thought we had Candace Parker for a minute, but I think she's always been she was always with the Sparks in Los Angeles. So yeah, I guess they're all laughing about it, and Shaq picked a booger, and
I'm telling you that.
So what, he's looking in his phone?
Yeah, he's just looking at his phone to see it, and like Candace Parker's trying to like let him know that he had it, and then like when she did that, Dwayne Wade starts checking his face to see if he's got the booger, but it was Shaq the whole time. And then he very casually just like pulls out his phone, he's looking at the booger, he gets it on his finger, and then kind of rolls it up and just goes,
God.
Wait, so
there
this is footage from like when they're in a break and they come back with it? Or this was happening while they were doing the broadcast?
I think this was happening while they're doing the broadcast. I didn't see it live. I just saw the clip that they posted on Twitter.
Oh my God! I don't even know who's there. Oh, y'all got me. Yo, that booger needs its own lower third. It needs a graphic. Shaq and Shaq's booger.
Oh. Yo, you need one of these. Ain't no Kleenex gonna help that booger though.
It's got a roll of paper towel.
He's got a whole roll of paper towels.
Oh my God. How you feeling now?
You should be feeling good. A lot lighter.
Half his brain came out of his head.
Biggest booger I'd ever seen in my entire life. All right.
I'm telling you, I couldn't see.
You ain't
gonna tell me I had a booger on my big booger. The Big Booger Podcast. Yo,
Booger.
Big booger. They're very excited about his big booger, but it was pretty gross. But it just reminds me of like when you know, like you have. See, Shaq didn't know the booger was there, which I think is weird because I always can tell. I feel like that if I have a booger. I feel like I'm pretty aware.
Yeah,
I think nostril awareness.
Yeah, and your equilibrium is off a little bit. If it's a real big, heavy one, you're like, I'm listing a little bit, 30 degrees to port. And so I got to get in this nostril.
And there's nothing better than getting that booger out. When you feel like a giant booger in your nose and you get it out. Like, isn't that such a good feeling, though?
It does.
I don't feel like I get that big of boogers like you guys are talking
I don't either.
about.
No, I get it.
No.
I'll tell you another comparison.
Once in a while, I'll wake up with a rock in there, but I don't get regular.
If I'm sick and have to blow my nose, but not like a big booger I can.
That's snot. That's not a
out.
booger.
That's what I'm saying. Not like a booger I can.
I can
Sometimes
always
I'll
tell.
get like a rock in there, like Alan was talking about, where you can like feel it. It's like pointy, and it's kind of like
it's got hairs on it.
Yeah, it's
Ew.
coming out with different matter on it.
Ew! What's going on in your nose?
Multicolored.
I don't know.
You got sinus problems?
I do have sinus problems.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
Another comparison, which is almost like orgasmic, is like days when I have dirty glasses and then I finally clean them off and I don't realize how dirty they were until I clean them off. I'm like, oh my gosh, how was I seeing?
Just those simple little pleasures.
Yeah.
Just those simple little things. Getting a booger out, cleaning your glasses.
I can see. Like, you know?
When your ears finally pop.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Being
on a
on
flight.
planes
Yeah.
is the worst.
Yeah.
Oof.
Were they clogged up when you were in Denver, though? Like at
No.
that altitude? No,
No, the
problem?
altitude I felt like the time change messed me up more than anything else. Like the altitude while I was, funny you play poop noises. I've had trouble the whole time I was there. I felt like I was constipated. I only pooped once the
What
whole
makes you
4
think
days
that's
I
a
was
poop
there.
noise? I think you're projecting. That could be anything.
That sounds like a poop noise.
Just something plopping.
That could be one of my
Also,
boogers.
since we're on the verge of, since we're on the topic of TMI, also when your ball moves from like inside of you outside, sometimes that happens. Yeah, sorry, it happens, Mary.
Inside of you to outside?
Yeah.
That's physically impossible.
No, that's not. It goes
inside of you to outside.
Yeah, sometimes it goes like inside of your little inner, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's attached to your sack.
I mean,
but,
it'll
like,
get like, I'll have loose days and I'll have tight days, like especially depending on the weather.
Sometimes, like,
but
it doesn't leave your body.
But like, it doesn't go up into
I think he means like
me.
up into a cavity somewhere.
From inside to outside. It's all inside.
He means like in your abdomen.
Yeah, it goes like
back into.
It's
where
like
it
my
is.
balls didn't drop or
He
something
didn't
like
explain
that.
it that way. He said when it goes from inside to outside. I'm like, you
Well,
better get yourself to an emergency room.
Well, it
if one of your
drops, is
testicles
what
is
I'm
on the
saying.
outside of your body.
But like sometimes, like if I'm wearing really tight pants or really tight underwear, I'm like, why is this so? And it's just like, bloop. I'm like, oh, there you are. Thought I had one ball for a minute.
The pooping thing though, that's a travel thing.
It's called Tom Green in it.
Yeah, there you go. One ball. But that's a travel thing where because you are like, even if you're used to traveling, like your body knows that you're in a more stressful state, so you won't poop as much.
I'm still all messed up.
Yeah, but it takes a while to
Ugh.
get it back on track.
Man.
Have some. What? Don't you just do some milk and it moves things
No,
through?
milk makes me physically ill. I'll throw up if I drink that. But I did get some new cheese today, so we'll try
Some new cheese.
Well, just more cheese. I was out of cheese. I didn't go grocery shopping before I left, obviously.
That is gross.
So I went grocery shopping this morning, and I got a little fancy shredded cheddar.
Is this a dairy-free cheese?
No.
You're
Cheese
going
keeps-
full-on cheese.
Cheese keeps me regular. We've been over this. Cheese is like the only thing that like helps. Cheese blocks up other people, but for whatever reason, when I eat cheese regularly, I poop more.
Yeah, because you're lactose intolerant.
Correct. So
right.
that's- I can't
So
mess
it has
with
the
cream.
exact right effect it should have on you.
Right. I
Yeah.
can't mess with cream or milk or anything like that or sour cream or
Just cheese.
just cheese. And it's because it keeps me.
Does it
where
have to
I
be
need
a certain
go.
kind? Can it be
No.
a soft cheese? Can hard cheeses have the same effect?
I don't know. American like Kraft Singles doesn't do it, so
'Cause
that's
that's not really
because it's all
cheese.
plastic.
That's melted down Tupperware.
Right. But
Still
like,
tastes good.
I usually just
It does not.
Tastes good.
on a grilled cheese, yeah, it does. But just like a little bit of shredded cheese in the morning and my eggs or omelet usually is enough. And then
Okay.
and then an extra little handful.
Like a sharp cheddar?
sharp
or,
cheddar, mild
yeah.
cheddar, 4 cheese blend,
Yep.
whatever I'm feeling.
Sharp cheddar, a couple hours later, sharp pain in your abdomen.
Here comes the omelet. Before you go in.
All right, I got a break. If you want to get a text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com, if you want to watch, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Check.
98.7 WMMS.
Changed too many of the words until she got to sturgeon.
That's how you reel them in.
You might be able to tell by the Bill Squire, everybody. You might be able to tell by the sound quality. Like a Sturgeon was one of the very first mildly viral videos on YouTube. This is from 2006. This is a 15-year-old video by my math. But I mention it because one of our Detroit bureau chiefs sent me a photo of this fish that a guy pulled out of the Detroit River. Have you seen this photo?
No.
Some guy was out there just fishing on the river between Windsor and Detroit. And he said he'd been out there for a while, and all he had with him was a 5-gallon bucket because he didn't think he was going to be grabbing much. But the whole crew on his boat had to get, it was literally all hands on deck to get this fish. And it was a 240-pound sturgeon, and it was 7 feet long, and it was 4 feet wide. So people in Detroit were sending me the photo of this guy laying down in the boat next to the fish, which they threw back into the Detroit River because local... this girl... local fish doctors, ichthyologists, whatever they are, they said that the fish is a female, and you can tell because it doesn't have a
driver's license.
Wiener. Driver's license either, sure. And they think that the fish is 100 years old.
Fish are old,
They
man.
count the rings on the fin. But again,
fish are old.
Is that really a thing?
Fish are old, dude.
No, I'm talking about you can really count the fins like a tree.
No,
I was joking.
You can't play like that. I don't know.
I understand. But I was joking. If it's true, it might accidentally be true. I don't know how a fish doctor determines. A marine biologist, I guess, is probably the preferred nomenclature. I don't know if they're called fish doctors.
Could you see Cody?
That sounds like a cartoon over on Adult Swim.
Getting sushi, like kind of like, look, there's 3 rings on this.
Bro, I got sushi yesterday. Why you playing?
How old is this sushi? It's nice and fresh. Only got 1 ring.
You had sushi last night?
Yeah, we went to Kumo down the road. Me and
Kumo? Is that on Brook Park? What's the one on Brook Park?
It's on Snow Road, but yes, it's
Kumo. Down here?
Yeah.
Is it good?
Where is that?
It's right next to the Giant Eagle down like.
Oh, really?
Yes, right across the street from the Sonic.
I didn't think anything was open.
It is.
Next to that Giant Eagle.
Yep, it is, and it's a really good
Kumo.
spot.
Okay.
Been there a couple times, and it would have been a great dinner had there not been one. I know I need to get over it because people want to be out and about, but they social distanced us, so we're a table apart. But there was still a bitch behind me, like like a deep cough, like deep throaty cough, and I was like, okay, 1, 2 times, let it go, but it was like a consistent throaty cough, and I'm like. Why was she
doing it in your direction, or was
she was sitting behind me? But it doesn't matter. The whole restaurant could hear her.
Was it dry?
It sounded dry, yeah. And it was consistent. I'm like, is it allergies? Like, what makes you cough like that?
Whenever I eat or drink, I usually cough after a meal, but it's phlegmy.
How long?
But it's like not the entire time you're in the
it's
restaurant.
like it's probably a few coughs within a half hour after eating.
I was trying to tell myself to get over it because I'm like, okay, only a couple times, but they were like
smoker, you know.
Oh, maybe
they were like 2 minutes apart, so I'm like, okay, if she does it again, I'm gonna say something or I'm gonna complain.
And you're eating inside. You're like in the dining room, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like. I don't know. She needs to get out. She needs to cough outside, bitch. We're eating here.
What would that have gone like? You would have gotten a manager and said, "This woman's coughing is upsetting me."
I don't know what her little infectious situation is over there. Like, I'm trying to enjoy my dinner. This is a buffet, a Japanese buffet.
Buffet.
Yeah.
Are you insane? What are you worried about a lady coughing when you're at a sushi buffet?
Because everyone was sanitizing. Like, they had hand sanitizer everywhere.
The manager comes
And they
over to
serve
Poundcake.
it to you now. Do you go up and get it yourself, or do they actually like serve it to you?
Both. It depends on what you get.
Manager comes over to Poundcake and goes, "Is that her?"
Yeah.
Points to her.
I just could not believe. And I'm just
Well,
like,
you also don't know what it is.
It doesn't
But
matter.
I don't want to have to be
If
skeptical.
she's not. Was she covering her mouth?
I don't know. I couldn't see her.
What, bitch?
And I'm eyeing my boyfriend. I'm like, is she?
Well, then wait a second. So your complaint was the noise? Because if she was covering her mouth, I don't see the big deal.
I don't know if she was covering her mouth.
Why didn't you didn't turn and look?
But no, because that's rude. But it was a consistent cough. Like, why are you coughing?
Just out of curiosity, you didn't want to know if she was covering her mouth. I imagine she was. Who's going to open cough in a restaurant in 2021?
There's always people that'll do that.
Really?
Yes.
And you're sitting at your own
keep
table.
Giving people so much
No.
credit.
What I'm
I
saying.
don't think so. The cough has become such a stigma that if you're just open mouth,
I'm just saying, but also I'm saying pre-COVID, I don't think people were like open coughing in restaurant dining rooms, were they?
You're giving people too much credit
Giving
again.
too much, yeah.
I'm
not saying that's the norm, but there are still people that will just do that.
I just
because
wish
there's people that just don't care. They don't believe in germs even, so they're like, "What? Not coughing towards you."
Or I
don't believe in germs.
I pay for my table. I pay for my plate. I could cough if I want to. People feel entitled, but I just want her to let us know: is she an alcoholic? Does she have a chronic condition?
But that's also none of your business.
Does she do coke? Like it is my business
It
when
is
you are
not.
infecting the public.
She's not. You don't know if she's infecting anybody. She might have COPD, but it's not your business for her to go up to everybody.
Outside.
For her to go up to everybody and be like, "I'm sorry, I have a condition that makes me cough." No, that's none of your business. The fact that it made you uncomfortable sucks, but she doesn't have to explain herself.
And that's
all I'm saying is, as long as the mouth is covered. Do you think people believe in the germs? Like Darby Crash was a real guy. Or is it just germs they don't believe in?
I think just
okay, good.
Germs in general, all kinds.
Okay,
I just want to get over it.
But out of curiosity, you didn't turn and look.
But every time it was one of those things, I did get up and look because I would get up and like go get another plate of something, and I wanted to see the culprit. Like I want to see what she looked like. I'm like, she's the typical type of cougher. I expect it to be her.
I don't know what you're worried. If it was I thought when you were first starting to tell the story that you were annoyed at the.
The noise was annoying, but I can deal with the noise. But
you didn't want the germs.
The type of cough it was.
Again, let me reiterate. I don't know
cough.
why you're concerned about germs if you are at a sushi buffet. Any kind of buffet. I don't know where you're worried about germs.
I wanted to go to the buffet. I haven't been to the buffet in a while. And I like that buffet.
All right. But the sushi's good? We only get sushi
For
from
buffet-
one place.
For buffet sushi, yeah, it's pretty good.
But no, that place is really good, and I've been there a couple years. I haven't been there for a couple years, but every time I've gone there, I've had a great experience. And I'm not a big sushi guy, so I had some of my boyfriends because all he eats is fish, and that's the only meat that he likes.
Not really. Yeah. Okay. Well, there
What
you
if
go.
she had like some embarrassing condition and you went up to her and you were like, "What is wrong with you? Why you keep coughing?" And she's like,
But I
"Well,
wouldn't-
here's what happened," and then you make this woman feel horrible.
I wouldn't have done that. I would have complained and then made the waiter do it.
Well, first of all, there's a difference between obviously you wouldn't go up and demand an explanation.
That's what he just said he was going to do.
No, he said that, but he's not gonna do.
And I
he's-
didn't.
He's being hyperbolic. I understand that. I'm just saying that I would be concerned if it was a woman in a closed dining room, open coughing. I think any reasonable person would be. If you were just annoyed by the noise,
It wasn't the noise.
That's a different thing.
I can deal with the noise. It was just the fact that in the time in which we live, I'm just surprised that she feels comfortable enough to continuously cough. And every time I would get up to get another plate, I would try and look at her just to see who it was.
Being comfortable seems to be, by the way, the most important thing for people now. If they are uncomfortable in any way whatsoever, that's an affront to humanity at all costs. Nobody can stand to be uncomfortable anymore. It's crazy. This guy over here is a lady coughing in the restaurant. What are you going to say to her? Lady, take it outside, will you?
But I didn't, though. I thought it, and I thought it real hard, and I whispered to my
thought
boyfriend.
it real hard, whispered to your boyfriend, and then did nothing.
I did
What did he
nothing.
say? Did he try to talk you down?
He was kind of concerned, too. And every time I would get up to see who she was, she wouldn't cough. I'm like, I'm standing right here. I just want to see if she's comfortable enough to do it, like as I'm walking
But then
past.
what would you have done? Probably nothing.
Nothing, but she didn't do it. She always waited till my back was turned, and then she would go,
But couldn't your boyfriend see who it was?
Yeah.
He did. He saw who she was.
Then why didn't he point her out to you?
I knew who the lady was. I wanted to see what she looked like, and I wanted to see if she was comfortable enough to do it while she knew someone was like walking past her.
And she was with other people.
She was with one other lady.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you don't care about your friend, like you slobbing or spreading your particles all over her food?
Huh.
Even if you cover your mouth, you're not getting everything.
Well, but covering
She's not
your,
wearing her mask.
Covering your mouth is just polite, or you do it into your elbow or whatever, right? It's just polite. And yes, you're going to keep from spreading whatever if you are covering your mouth. Now, then you're going to touch your utensils or whatever else, but don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
And I thought I was just going nuts because I'm like, am I the only one annoyed by this? I'm looking around. There's a family of
It sounds like you
four.
are.
I'm like, no one else is concerned.
It sounds
Everyone's
like
just
you are.
minding their business, and I'm just like, okay, well, I'm just the.
A lot of
the
people are
hoe
past there. A lot of people have never been concerned. A lot of people are past concerned. They want to do stuff. But again, irrespective of what else is going on COVID-wise, I feel like most people would cover their mouth to cough in a restaurant.
Yes, most people would. And I imagine she was. He didn't see if she was or not.
I couldn't see. And it would be rude to be like,
well, couldn't your boyfriend have seen if she was covering her mouth?
Every time we would look up, she wouldn't cough. We tried because we'd be in the middle of a conversation, and then he's like, or the lady.
Wow.
Every time we're in conversation, it's when we don't expect it.
Well, I mean, it does sound like a romantic night other than the coughing.
I just take a big...
Other than the hacky phlegm coming out of this lady, it sounds amazing.
That's my chopsticks all around, like my noodles, and I'm having that, and then just...
I'm annoyed at your take, to be completely honest with you. I'm like, what if she has lung cancer and she can't help it? And
Okay,
you're
listen.
over here like...
You're both wrong. You're both 100%
I didn't
wrong.
say anything.
First of all, she's got lung cancer, okay? That's awful.
Yeah.
But...
Her last meal.
She just wants all the sushi she can eat.
He's not going to do anything.
Right. I
didn't do anything. I just was complaining.
But that's what annoys
He's not going to
me.
do anything. He's just saying there was a woman that was hacking and coughing.
Okay.
If she was covering her mouth, then that's all I think anyone should be concerned with. And I bet she was. Give her the benefit of the doubt. I bet she was, right? Although she's at a sushi buffet. So already her judgment is suspect. Why are you annoyed by his take?
Because give people the benefit of the doubt. You don't know
That's what I'm doing. And
You don't-
everybody tells me I'm crazy.
No,
I
nobody's
can't win
saying you're
around here. I told you.
crazy.
When I'm a
I'm
dick,
saying-
when I'm mean, I'm a dick. Then when I'm nice, I'm stupid.
What I'm saying is you don't know what someone else is going through. So to just
Doesn't
assume,
matter what somebody else is going
So
through.
to just assume that she's open mouth coughing to be a jerk, or that,
no one's
here's
suggesting that.
Here's what's annoying me: that he has no clue what this woman's going through, and he's like, "Your cough's ruining my night."
It
When
doesn't.
it could be.
Those are two separate things. It doesn't matter what she's going through.
I'm saying don't be
If
so
the-
mean about it.
Well, he didn't say anything to her.
No, but like being.
You'd have an
annoyed-
argument if he got up and said something.
I
to her.
understand, but like I've been trying to shift my focus to that lately, where like you have no clue what's going on in somebody else's life.
Shift it back. You're thinking too
Why?
much about because it doesn't matter what.
No, that's not fair either. To automatically judge somebody because they're coughing because it annoyed you.
But you're judging
You're
too.
both wrong.
I'm
Shift
not
it back. I love this conversation.
You're judging too. You're going, well, who knows what they got going on?
Right.
It doesn't matter what they've got going on. That's on them.
I got
right?
stuff going on.
Just stay over in your thing, which he did. He was just trying to get a peeky peek. He didn't call the manager over. He
I'm
didn't
not upset with
he
what
didn't
he
complain.
did.
Well, that's what you should be. 'Cause if he did something, you should be upset. Mary, I'm going to tell you how you should feel.
Okay,
Now
please
listen.
do.
No.
You're mad that I have that I am entitled to feel how I feel.
I'm not mad that you are entitled to feel however you feel. I think it's inconsiderate of you to be like, this bitch coughing and I'm trying to have dinner.
I think if the woman had lung cancer, it might be unlikely, all things being equal, that she's out in a pandemic at a sushi buffet.
Maybe she's been vaccinated since the beginning because she was high risk.
Well, then that's good.
So she
that's
can go eat
one
all the
less
sushi
thing.
she wants.
But as I understand it, the vaccine doesn't do anything against lung cancer.
Right, but I'm saying
Yeah.
that you don't know why she's coughing.
That's true. But
It
we
was
can
still
all
icky.
but we can all agree. But
Still icky.
that's a different point than what he's saying. We can all agree on that. We don't know.
Right.
She could have just been flat out rude. Right?
She could have been.
She might have lung cancer. Ma'am, if you're listening to this show, just for whatever reason, if you were at the Camus sushi joint or whatever.
And you
Let
are
us
coughing
know.
excessively.
If you are the excessive cougher. That's right. Right. So don't make me put the Captain Fun cape on you, Mary.
Why am I going to be the Captain Fun cape?
You
because
tell
Cody's
me.
the one complaining.
But he didn't. He's complaining to us. He's doing the right thing. He's complaining to us and our loyal customers. He has not complained to the manager.
I get it.
And I bet his boyfriend would have walked him back too had he done that. I think Poundcake might be, at least publicly, on a little bit more of his better behavior. Which is why, what did he just say? He thought it real hard.
Real hard. Real hard.
He thought it real hard.
Had veins sticking out and everything.
Whispered it to his boyfriend. Did you guys leave the establishment before she and her friend did?
Yep.
So you left before they. So you got there after them, left before them.
Yep.
So they were locked in for the night then.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe it's part of the restaurant experience.
Yeah.
Maybe they hire. That's like the entertainment.
More lemonade.
And also,
she's a plant.
More lemonade. And also, this is my point about being uncomfortable. Not every person can be 100% accommodated to at a public establishment.
Yeah.
You know, people are like, I went to this place and the food. If the food sucks, that's one thing, right? If you're like, well, I didn't get this for me. I'm like, okay, man, you know, calm down.
It's also a gigantic place, so I'm sure
Is
there's
it?
plenty of room between you and her, right?
Yes.
He said that. He said that there was a table between them.
Alan, my mom has a chronic coughing condition, and she's extremely embarrassed by it. If Poundcake had said something about it, I would have thrown him through the goddamn window. But he didn't say anything about it. He didn't call the guy
He
over
just brought
and go
it up on a radio show.
Well, but she's anonymous, and you know because let's follow this through. What's he going to say to the manager? Hey, can you do something about the coffin lady? They're going to go, I know. Who? Bride of Dracula? No, I can't do anything about the lady over there, right? He's out there getting Tuesday night discount sushi and complaining about the lady who's coughing. What if she was coughing because she had some maki stuck in her throat?
Or she had just tried wasabi for the first time.
Yes.
I don't know.
I'm just saying, have a little compassion, Cody.
And I don't know if it was discounted because my boyfriend paid for it.
Mary, haven't you heard the Poundcake is, according to the listeners, the most compassionate
We
member
can tell
of the show?
by this whole point of view.
Absolutely, yes. The customer is always right. Alan, I think I don't often agree with Poundcake, but it would be rude to cough copiously in a restaurant.
It was consistent. Like a couple times, like even for like 5 or 10 minutes, I thought maybe she had some spicy food. Maybe something stuck in her throat.
Maybe she got the roll of the siracha on it and there was too much.
But
So then your point of view is that because this woman has a cough, she can't go out to eat anywhere?
I'm not saying that, but like she... well...
Yeah, you are saying that. You're like, your cough is annoying me, so you're not allowed to go out to eat.
I can't help that what times we're living in right now. I can't help that my mind goes to she might be spreading COVID. I don't know. I can't help that.
I get what you're saying.
That's why I would have thought you would have confirmed whether she was or wasn't coughing into her hand or her elbow. So at least you could have mentally calmed yourself down. You go, well, okay, she's coughing.
I was being considerate, but it would have looked real suspect when no one is in our row, and I turn around. Is she covering her mouth, and looking to see if she's wearing her mask or whatever?
Yeah.
Also,
she's face deep in sushi, probably.
In this day and age, it's very easy to surveil people if you really want to. All you
But I
gotta
wasn't
do,
paying attention.
You were paying attention. This is
I heard
consuming
her.
you.
I
all
heard
you
her.
do, you pull up your phone, you act like you're taking a selfie video, and you get her in the background, and then you go,
So,
there
Mary,
she is.
are you upset with Bill? Because that's a way more of an invasion of privacy and inconsiderate than
I'm just
what
saying,
I said.
if you really need to know that bad.
But I don't need to know that bad.
My issue,
I heard her.
My issue does not lie with anything that was done because nothing was done. My issue lies with your mindset. I don't like that you are annoyed by something that you have no idea
With
about.
all due respect, Miss Santora.
What?
Just based on your descriptions of how COVID has made you anxious to the point of whatever.
And I don't go anywhere.
Right, but if you had been there with him, you would have been freaking about this coffee
No,
lady
I wouldn't.
too.
I'm fully vaccinated, and it has cured. Well, that and starting medication has helped me immensely with my anxiety.
Well,
but when
I'm
I was
also
super
fully vaxxed.
anxious, I didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
I
also
didn't leave
fully
my house
vaxxed,
for like 2
and I'm on the
straight
same
months.
medication you are. And I was just like, she was still
I'm
sus
saying
to me.
I feel that you're being inconsiderate. And I get what you're saying about like, oh, she might be spreading COVID and it worries you and it makes you anxious or whatever. But to be like, the way that you made it sound was like, your cough is annoying me and ruining my night, so you shouldn't come out anymore. And I could be totally wrong. She could totally have COVID and be coughing all over the sushi. I don't know.
You could take it to the bathroom. You could cough outside real quick. Make it a little subtle, like put it inside your hoodie, like something.
Inside your hoodie?
Like, something.
You mean the sleeve of your hoodie or the actual hood?
No,
just pull the hood
pull
around.
your hoodie up like that.
I see.
Yeah. You wear the hoodie backwards and you flip it up every time you got a cough.
And that way,
Hey, I had that idea last year and it did not catch on.
You have a scoop to just put your sushi in.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, I'm the inconsiderate one.
That is an inconsiderate thing. Am I wrong?
What?
You said we're both wrong.
Yeah, you're both wrong. I'm splitting the difference.
Hey, and I'll go, you're both right.
I'm going King Solomon on this.
I can believe what you feel.
Alan, this is Cheryl. Tell Poundcake I'm sorry for coughing, but I had too much wasabi, and I used sake to try to wash it down. I have no reason to believe that's not 100% legitimate text.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Thank you, Cheryl. She feels really bad, Poundcake.
Just the sake.
Hope you're feeling better.
Cheryl checking in for the
Whole sushi Cheryl.
Uh-huh. Yeah, end of the day, this guy goes to a sushi buffet. Who knows what people have been doing in and around that buffet for hours before you even got there? And you're worried about a lady coughing. Buffet. What are you, a psychotic?
Apparently.
Psychotic.
All right, listen, I've got to take a break from all this mishigas. If you want to get a text, like Cheryl, checking in, putting Poundcake's mind to rest, 35192. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Take a look outside. After a year that brought our world to a standstill for the
35192 if you want to text. Alan, I started choking on my spit at the Sheets in Hartville, and I cleaned the place out because everybody thought see, one of those innocuous kind of things, and everybody looks at you. And I've been to that Sheets, boy. It's an easy escape. You're right there at Maple and Market. So, if somebody needs to get away fast, you got a way to do it. Alan, you are giving people too much credit. I'm a waitress at a busy restaurant. I see people on a daily basis coughing and sneezing right at the table, and they don't think anything about it. And it's weird to go back to serve them after these displays, I guess.
No, have Mary say it. I'm a dick.
Well, I don't. First of all, she didn't call you that, I don't think, but she was
thinking it real hard.
Just like you were last night. He was thinking it real hard at the sushi joint. Yeah, again, your credibility with me goes out the window with the phrase sushi buffet. But again, if you were annoyed by the noise, I get that. If it was an aesthetic thing. But if you were, first of all, you've had your shots. So what do you care? I know it's not 100%, but still,
it doesn't take
a hell of a lot more than
Hasn't been 2 weeks.
It hasn't been 2 weeks since your second shot. Yeah. Then why are you in the restaurant in the first place?
I was wearing my mask. I was being safe, and they have hand sanitizer out. Like I said, they had a safe operation, as safe as you can be in any restaurant, not just a buffet.
I will have the hand sanitizer roll. That sounds good. And another jug of plum wine, please, because that sounds really good.
Oh, it's so good.
Again, people ask me, and I've played a clip from it. I don't think I still have it, but I don't know if someone killed Selena Gomez's puppy. We're running. I don't know.
Look outside. Now that annoys me.
We're running a promo for a concert that's happening this weekend. An iHeartRadio Global Citizen concert or whatever, and she's going to be the host. And I'm just flabbergasted at the read that they got from her for the promo.
You're considerate, Alan. You don't know what she's going through. You don't know what type of day she's had.
That's what I'd like to know. Again,
it's none of your business.
As a performer, it's not. But as a performer, I mean, if you're going to put that out there for public consumption,
and then you're also going to be the host.
You're probably getting paid to do it.
That's. Mary's got the Captain Fun cape.
And I'm annoyed about it because I think Cody should have on the Captain Fun
I didn't tell you to put
cape.
it on.
Yeah, you did.
I said, don't make me get the Captain Fun cape. Now you're playing.
I think Cody should have to wear it because he's the one who's being inconsiderate.
We'll go back and forth in between segments.
Yeah, it is an uncomfortable cape.
It's not that bad. My neck's
You've
not
only
as
had
fat
it
as
on
yours,
for
though.
a couple of minutes.
But she likes being warm.
I have a fat
Dude,
face,
it
not a
is.
fat neck.
She likes being warm,
Oh,
though.
that's
so
right.
It's
Yeah,
only
you do.
67
Nice.
degrees in here, too, so this is a nice little...
It's what?
Only 67 degrees in
Oh,
here.
okay.
So this is an added...
Alan, what's worse, gas station sushi or sushi buffet?
Gas
Full
station.
disclosure, I've never had either. I get my sushi from one place and one place only.
Gas station sushi is way worse.
Are we talking like a convenience store, like a Get-Go, or you're talking
No.
about it? Because there's no gas station that has sushi.
There's some.
There sure is.
Really?
Yeah.
And you've had it or no?
No, I don't
I
mess with
wouldn't
that.
get it, no.
No.
I just don't think there's a reason to make gas station sushi.
I was like, why would they provide that for people? I just want sushi on the go. Like, what trucker's like, I'm feeling sushi today?
The trucker's like, I'm making too good a time. I need something to slow me down a little bit. I need to be stopping every 20 miles.
This sushi diarrhea is really going to get me back on track.
Those hipster truckers, you know.
Hipster truckers?
It's Dustin. I got some gas station sushi, and I thought it was just fine. Y'all up on your high horses, looking down on us small folks. Sometimes that's all we got is some gas station sushi.
I got a gallon jug to poop in. I'm going to be fine.
Cut the top off so there's plenty of room to
That's
make
right.
it in.
Need a wide mouth.
I really do feel bad for those towns where their gas station is their convenience store. Like, they only have a gas station, and that is their supermarket.
Some towns
too.
don't have that. Some places you got to go. I mean, if you've ever been, I imagine at some point or another, we've all been in that situation where you're on a highway, you're on a long stretch of highway, and you realize that either you didn't pay attention to how little gas you have, or you need to find a bathroom right now. You need to find a bathroom 2 miles back, and you get on your phone, you're like, what is around here? There's nothing around here, you know. And then you end up, you're like, I guess I'll take this exit and try to find something. You're in the middle of nowhere.
Yep.
You don't know what's going on. You're like, oh, there's a Valero. Maybe they've got a bathroom. And nothing else. Like a Dollar General, you know,
If
and
that.
the bathroom is for employees only. Thank you very much.
Please help me.
Yeah. Indians beat the Royals again. This is a 4-game series. They took the first two, 7-3 last night in Kansas City.
Hell yeah.
And so you will hear the third of 4 tonight here on WMMS. Again, your FM home for Cleveland Indians baseball. 8:10 is the start, so 7:30 something is the pregame there. Cavs lose, but that's been the order of the day recently. And they will play at home tonight at 7:30. You'll hear that on WTAM or on the iHeartRadio app. Another, I don't know why I said another, but another, another casualty of the coronavirus that's really sticking it to the kids, at least in New York City, but I'm sure other states will follow suit. New York City public schools have said that there will be no more snow days. Snow days will be replaced by remote learning at home. Since you can,
they got screwed.
Since you can be on your computer and be in class.
This generation is so screwed.
It's not going to jam you up one bit because these kids are still going to take a snow day. Come on.
They're still going to have school shootings, so it's just going to be at home.
Remote school shootings. I need a new laptop. I shot my screen, and they've released their calendar for the 2021-22 school year. And it came with the announcement that no more snow days. They will be replaced by remote learning.
I think they implemented that in a lot of school districts around here this year.
Like I said, if they haven't yet, they will. Because they'll be like, hey, listen, guess what we learned to do over the pandemic? And it worked just fine.
God, snow days were so great, though. Like, you're waking up and, like, reading the ticker at the
Yeah,
bottom
that
of
was
the
the
news.
highlight
You're
of your
just
morning.
Waiting and
If
waiting.
you went to
excitement.
public school,
Yeah.
if you went to private school, you didn't get a goddamn day. We got, like, Saints days off and stuff. You
Yeah.
know, but no, we didn't get snow days at Catholic school. They were
Oh,
like,
really?
you better get your ass. Unless it was, like, the blizzard of 78 or something.
I
It
feel
had
like-
to be up to the goddamn gutters before they'd go, okay.
I felt like
We had school when there was snow on the windowsill.
around here, I feel like the private schools were always the first ones to close.
Maybe
have to
around
drop
here
them
they
off.
were, but they were not.
Yeah.
They were not where I went to school.
I felt like Berea never had any snow days. Sorry to talk about Berea again.
Don't mention Berea.
Got my cape on. Don't worry, I can. Does this give me carte blanche to act like a...
No.
Oh.
Nope.
No?
It's supposed
Be
to.
yourself.
It's supposed
If you're
to.
grumpy, you want to be a grump, be a grump.
I'm not being a grump.
It's supposed to let you reflect on what you've done,
I
not
didn't put
double
it
down on it.
I put it down. I was like, this is so silly. This is the dumbest thing.
It's the Captain Fun cape. We used to have the Buzzkill crown. It's been replaced by the Captain Fun.
And that was always imaginary. That was just, we would say, oh, you're wearing the Buzzkill crown.
I thought we had an inflatable crown
No,
for a hot
we
minute.
never
Oh,
did.
okay.
Well, yeah, either way, I felt like we always had to go to school. Everyone else. I mean, it probably felt like that for everybody.
Yeah,
but
everybody feels
See,
that
I
way.
also got screwed though because me going to a vocational high school, because there was 15 schools that went to that area. That was the joint. It was joint schools from the county. There had to be, I think there was like 13 schools out of the 15 that had to call off in order for school to be canceled. So I'm like, oh my gosh, damn it, Columbia Station, call off. Otherwise, Oberlin would be off and I still had to go to class. I'm like, damn it, man.
Well, there is a fundamental flaw in this logic, though, in that every kid on a snow day is going to go, oh, we lost power. I couldn't log on to class.
maybe.
We
Yeah,
didn't
because I
have
can't
power.
prove that. I guess.
Yeah, you can always do something like that. Or you could just be like me and just be like, oh, I'm sick today anyway, so I'm not going to school.
Can you believe I got sick
Yeah.
on a snow day?
No,
what
I wouldn't
are
get
the
sick.
odds?
I wouldn't get sick on a snow day, but if it was snowy out and I didn't feel like going to school, I would just be like, sick day.
You can't call yourself out, though, could you?
I mean, I couldn't, but my dad could. We sounded a lot alike.
Oh, my gosh. Captain McAllister with a yak back over here.
Hi, this is Bill Squire's dad. He's not feeling so well today.
Or you just wait until they call home, and then my
be
mom
there
would
to
answer the
yeah.
phone, and she'd be like, oh, yeah, he's here. It's fine. And she would be mad at me for a minute, and be like,
I'm already here. Yeah.
Driving to school changed the game because once I didn't take the bus anymore, my mom was always paranoid. She's like, "You're gonna get into a car accident." I'm like, "Well, Mom, like, there's a lot of snow on the ground. I just got my license last year. It's real slippery." She's like, "All right, yeah, just don't even go
You
in."
can stay home.
I would just gaslight my mom.
You're the worst. Can't
Yeah,
gaslighting his mom.
Your mom is afraid of driving on dry highways.
Yeah.
There's no way she's going to have you drive on snowy roads.
One of the biggest fights we got into was because she wouldn't let me drive to Akron on New Year's Eve because my roommates were throwing a New Year's Eve party at my college house. And she was like, it's snowy out. It was a big snowstorm. I forget what year this was, but I was definitely in college and I was living in a college house. And she was like, you're not going down there. The roads are bad. I'm like, they're not. They're cleared. They're plowed. I'm just talking to my roommates now. And she was like, you can't go. I was like, well, I'm taking it. I got the keys. She's like, do it. It's my car. I'll report it stolen. And I was like, all right. So then I stayed in and didn't talk to her for like a month.
Report it stolen.
Can do that. I mean,
it's her. It was her car.
You can do that. Yes.
That's how heated she was.
Wow.
But because of that, she let me go to spring break because that fight, it was so brutal and we didn't talk to each other. We were so angry that she paid for me to go to spring break that year.
Man,
So
you
it
know
worked
how
out.
to work your mom's guilt.
Man, I know. Still has me buying. I'm just saying, it still has me buying her good gifts now because I feel so guilty from Poundcake past.
To hear you say it, she's really monetized on your past transgressions. I feel like you're kind of you're painting a rosier picture of that. Your mom just wanted you to be safe, and she has infantilized you as an adult.
Well, yeah, so it hasn't changed.
Right.
And now
you still get her good gifts. What did you? Obviously, you can't say what you got her for Mother's Day.
No,
but did you get her some? Have you gotten her anything yet for Mother's Day, which is Sunday?
I already bought her stuff in Portland.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I bought her stuff in Portland. She already knows what she's getting. She
some Koftan sushi.
No, she collects Santas. Like, she loves Christmas, so she has like 300 to 500 Santas, and she's been collecting since I was a kid.
I never understood collections that take up space.
A lot of space. My entire house.
Like, I collected comic books as a kid. I still have them boxed and bagged in my parents' house, but they are all meticulously in boxes and stacked away and whatever. But people are like, I dated a girl many, many years ago who collected anything with dolphins. Why this wasn't a deal breaker, I don't know. Actually, I do know. But the dolphins, they were on everything.
Yeah.
So, like, the paint in the bedroom was dolphin color, and there were, like, dolphin ceramics, and there were pillows, and I'm like, boy, I don't think I like anything that much.
Wait, dolphin color? Like a gray wall?
Yeah, like a grayish, tealish kind of, whatever you would imagine a cartoon dolphin might look like.
I gotcha.
She kind of transferred that onto her walls or whatever.
Did she talk like a dolphin?
She did not. I mean, when I was getting up in her guts, she kind of did.
Yeah.
But I mean, other than that,
she didn't have echolocation or anything like that.
no, nothing like that. No, she did have a hole on the top of her head,
Maybe
which I
that's
thought
where it all
was
started.
weird.
Did she have echolocation? Or she could find those candies
Those
at any gas
wafers
station.
that waffle thin. So, but people who like collect Hummels or Santas or is it figurines or anything with a Santa on it? He's on the phone.
My aunt started collecting salt and pepper shakers. That's
I
her
wonder
newest
what
thing.
the pathology is behind that. To go, something must trigger it. Where you go, boy, because it's not. I can't imagine she had a deep and abiding love of seasoning containers. So she just goes, yeah, I'll collect these.
Yeah.
You end up with a couple. You probably don't mean to collect, but you end up with a couple. And when you're a kid,
then you're rolling. Yeah.
I think a lot of these start when you're a kid because, like, everybody has parents or grandparents when they're a kid. If they find out one thing you like in that phase of your life, you get it for the rest of your... Grandma, I'm 23. I don't like clowns anymore. What are you... I know you like...
Well, I just got to the Parks...
I'm not into dinosaurs anymore, Grandma.
Not Parks and Rec. 30 Rock episode where Jack...
Those cookie jars?
Yeah, it collects the cookie jars. He goes under like the alias or whatever. But I mean, some people, that's just their thing where they really get into like, oh, this is an antique one or what a rare find.
I'm almost on the verge of hoarder when it comes to Santas.
I was going to say, I feel like it's something that just propels itself after a while.
Because she has so many and I don't think she has it in her to throw them out. So she just keeps adding to it. And I don't know why that makes sense. But we went to Portland.
Well, because it's a collection.
Yes, but like a collection can stop. It can still be a collection. You don't have to keep adding to it.
This dude works for a radio station. Couldn't even get his mom Derek Huff tickets. And he's been paying for that transgression ever since, this guy.
One Santa at a time.
One Santa at a time.
I didn't even get her a Santa. There was a Christmas store at Seaside in Oregon. It wasn't even in Portland, but it was a Seaside shopping area, and I was like, oh, it's Christmas. So I literally called my mom up on FaceTime, and she's literally going through like, oh, I like that. That's a good one. and we eventually came down because everything else was in there like it's like $300, $200, and we came down to something that was $50 and $20. I'm like, please pick the $20 one, and it was a clock that had a Santa and a Coca-Cola on it and so it was a Coca-Cola logo clock, and it played Christmas carols. So I got her.
Does she also love Coca-Cola?
No, but it was the cheapest one and it had a logo on it. So I was like, okay.
It's like, oh, I thought you said you collect Satans. All these devil figurines are not going to go so well in your house.
She's very against Satan.
She is.
And like us talking
Doesn't
about
realize
Satan
it's an
and all that
anagram of
stuff.
Santa.
Yeah.
So when we're off on Friday, I'm taking that to her and some fudge that I still have from Portland. It's sitting in my fridge.
Can you...
Portland
How
fudge.
long is fudge good for?
It's in the fridge. I don't know.
In the fridge, it's fine.
That is a great question.
It's been like, I mean,
Isn't it fudge mostly butter? It's like butter and sugar, right?
If it's in the fridge, I'm sure it's
I don't
fine.
know.
Well, she's gonna find out.
Maybe she's gonna find out when she's on the toilet, hugging her Portland Santas for dear life.
It was her idea. She wanted to stop at Mary when you had your spiritual awakening. You know that fuck shop that's at the bottom.
Yeah. Cody went to the same waterfall that I had my I'm living for me moment.
And he bought fudge.
Because there's a fuck shop at the bottom. Because I always think of my mom because I'm a good son and I'm guilty. I always ask what she wants.
Fudge is good for 3 weeks in the fridge.
See?
You know Cody. When he gets to the bottom, he wants fudge.
Oh,
That
God.
is true. That is true.
And I still can't reach the top of the mountain.
Okay, so you got your mama Santa, got her some fudge.
And Friday when we're off, I'll probably take her out to dinner. And then Mother's Day is that Sunday, right?
Your mom's a Santa worshiper.
Apparently. I don't think that's a Christian thing. You're supposed to believe in Christ and not Santa.
Church of Santa.
Right. Okay, listen, if you're on hold, I will grab you when we return. If you want to shoot a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to watch, you can. And listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
smell a little bit, they saw a CB antenna.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they found him.
Breaker 19 inches.
Yeah, he couldn't transmit, I guess, because he was under all this snow.
Mm-hmm.
And, I didn't know, There Goes My Hero by the Foo Fighters.
What about it?
I mean, is that by the Foo Fighters?
Yes, My Hero is a song by the Foo Fighters. That's right.
I didn't know that. I love the song. The reason I heard it on the commercial, what they say, they come in so and so. I didn't know they made My Hero.
Ladies and gentlemen, Foo Fighters.
Right. You didn't know that Foo Fighters. Who did you think it was?
I didn't know who it was.
Okay, yeah, My Hero, Foo Fighters.
Okay, one more thing. You was talking about the Chili Peppers.
Yes.
They're a great band.
I like them.
Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I like Chili Peppers a lot.
Yeah, that lead singer, he can sing, man.
Yes, he can. I think that's why they put him in the lead singer position.
Yeah, the whole band is good,
Mhm.
but that bass player, he's out of sight.
Mm-hmm. Flea is out of sight.
Yeah.
He's from that Mingus tradition.
I don't know. What is that?
Charles Mingus.
Oh, that's his name?
No. The guy in the Chili Peppers, his name is Flea, but Charles Mingus was a very influential kind of improvisational jazz musician in the 50s and 60s.
Educate me, Mr. Cox.
Well, I'm into my own stuff, you know?
One last thing.
Whoa.
Okay, I know. That's why I be trying to go fast. I can tell when you click me in, because I can hear you go click. But but before it would go click and you go, and then it clear up.
Yeah, right. You'd hear a little bit of fuzz, right?
Yeah.
Who knows what it'll sound like when we move into the brand new studios on October the 1st, Rick? I was thinking about this morning because I have been having some conversations with engineers about things that I need specifically for the new studios. And I was wondering, I wonder if the callers will hear something different.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I know MMS used to be already downtown.
Correct.
Moving back.
Moving back downtown. Yep. The scene of the crime.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Rick. Here's Rick.
I like that sound.
I say,
yo.
You say neither, and I say,
either.
And either.
Tell me here about.
Let's call the whole thing off. Yes, you like potato, and I like.
Wow.
You like tomato, I like.
What's wrong with you, Cavalier?
Potato.
Yeah, right?
Tomato.
Why?
Let's call the whole thing off.
I mean, I can only imagine that if we had a blizzard in 78 in Illinois, you also had one here in Ohio. I mean, that's traditionally how weather works. I mean, I know it can dissipate, but I imagine if he's talking about a blizzard in the late 70s, it was probably, you guys probably got it a couple days after we did.
No, we got it the next year. That's how weather works.
Oh, the next year. Yeah. It was a blizzard of 79 for you guys.
It's like west to east.
Or 80, blizzard of 80.
Yeah.
That's how popular music worked, too.
How popular music worked.
Yeah, you would know about it a year before everybody here back in those days.
Oh, I see.
So you guys were hip and cool in Chicago. And
wait, because
we'd just be waiting around like, boy, I hope we can get that someday.
Music moved east?
With weather.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
with the weather.
Because of the airwaves, it would
Yes.
get carried on the weather. I see.
How long have you been doing this job? How do you not know this?
Boy,
it's common knowledge, man.
You know what? I'm not an engineer. I don't know. You know, when I first got into radio,
what does driving a train have to do with this?
When I first got into radio, I'd have friends be like, "Can you fix my stereo?" I'm like, I don't know how everything works. I just know how to turn things on and talk into them. I'm not an engineer. I didn't take a class on how to fix things, fix radios. I'm just doing it.
You just put together the broken part.
Yeah. Glue.
Huh?
What?
Glue.
Or solder.
Yeah, solder. That works too.
Tape, maybe?
Yeah.
Depending on what part's broken.
Yep. Onward Christian Solders. Everybody remembers that song if you came up in any kind of ecclesiastical childhood.
Welcome back, solder.
There you go.
Welcome back.
I know we're not supposed to like climate change, but if if winter just goes away, I'm okay with that. I really don't like snow.
You can move to a place where there's no snow.
But it's really expensive there.
Technically, you are supposed to like climate change. You're just supposed to change it back to when we won't all die in 50 years, right? Everybody's pushing for climate change. They just want it to go in a different direction than the one it has been going in. So it's like a climate
reverse.
direction.
Yeah.
Climate, not misdirection, but a climate whatever.
Redirection.
Redirection.
There's like certain things here that everyone's like, we need them, we need winter, we need, bees.
Everyone sounds like that?
Yeah, we do need bees.
We need bees. They're annoying. Like, we need spiders to eat smaller insects. I'm okay with getting rid of spiders. Like, I don't care. There's certain
But
things.
you can't be okay with getting rid of bees. We literally do need bees.
You can get rid of them.
Okay. Well, then, I hope you enjoyed everything that you ate up until that point. Because
No more sushi buffets for you.
No more sushi buffets for you. No more Santa collectibles for Mom. A lot of people on the text, by the way, were pointing out that Poundcake was unwilling to spend the extra $30 for his Mother's Day gift, as his mom chose the $20.
I
over
was
the
willing.
$50.
I was willing. She is what she picked, is what she liked. And I was happy.
He was willing, but he would prefer her choose the cheaper gift.
Cheaper of the two.
And mind you, this is not a Mother's Day gift. Because I feel guilty. This was a guilt gift. I go anywhere, just like I taste the city. I take a little something back for my family. So,
do you get your brother something?
No, screw him.
So by family, you mean Mom?
Mom.
Yeah.
Nah, he grown. He ain't bring back
Well, listen,
nothing from,
that is nice. When I
Niagara
go
Falls.
places, I don't. When I've traveled in the past, I don't bring things back for my parents. Of course, you see your mom too, or you converse with her.
If I see something that makes me think of someone in my family, I'll grab it, but I don't go out like looking for souvenirs from every place I go.
Well, I saw a Christmas store and I knew my mom dug Santa, so I was
Yeah.
like, I gotta stop in and see if there's something she'll like.
So if she had said, "Get me the $50 one," you would have been like, "Okay,
Yeah.
I'll get you the $50 one."
And my mom, there's very few things that she likes. She's like really high maintenance and low maintenance at the same time. Like she doesn't require much, but because of that, when I want to splurge for her,
you got to nail it.
No, when I want to splurge for her, she has no ideas. I'm like, "What do you want for Mother's Day?" She's like, "I don't want nothing." There's this umbrella on. She's like, "There's this umbrella for my patio that I would like." I'm like, "Well, pick it out." She's like, "Oh, well, the one I saw was like $39. That's too expensive. I'm sure there's probably one at Dollar General." I'm like, "Mom, you can get a nice umbrella like for your patio table." And she's like, "No, it's fine." I'm like, "Do you want it or not? Because if I get it..."
I was going to say $39 for
That's
a
not
patio
very
umbrella.
expensive.
It's not. That thing's going to blow away in the first windstorm.
That's probably why she doesn't have an umbrella now. It probably blew away or broke. So she's Cheapy McCheaperson. That's where I get it from. But she's annoying. Because, like I said, her birthday dinner, all she wanted was a Walmart chicken.
So she's frugal.
I think moms
because
are
she was
like
a
that,
single.
though.
She was a single mom. She was raising two kids.
She's like,
I think it's also a generational thing where people always want to play down wants.
But I'm like, no, I'm forcing you to go out for a nice dinner. Like, she never goes out. Her idea was like, ooh, let's go to Panera. I'm like, I'm not taking you to Panera for your birthday.
But if that's what she wants, because my mom's
she
kind of the
doesn't
same
want
way.
that. She just doesn't want to be a bother. And I tell her she's not a bother.
You're trying to show her a good time, and she's resistant to it.
You kind of have to just plan it, though. You kind of just have to plan it and be like, I'm taking you here. I want you to try this.
And then
I'm taking you to the Taco Bell Cantina.
Get you a drink.
Downtown.
But no, because I don't want her to sit there and then complain, like, I don't know anything on this menu. I can't pronounce nothing on this menu. There ain't nothing. Why would you take me here, Coach? You know I don't
Oh,
like
so
this.
she'd dig in even if you did do that.
Yeah.
Oh, I
She'll
see.
complain.
Well, that's no fun.
I know.
You kind of got to give yourself over to it.
Like, I wish I had got you the goddamn Derek Huff tickets. It would just say, I could have just been the worst kid ever.
I could have taken you to Panera for every occasion for the rest of your life.
But at least my son got me my Derek Huff tickets. But no, now I'm just a slave for life because
You're the kid that couldn't get her Derek Huff tickets.
Could, just didn't try. That's even worse. Or forgot. My bad. Forget one thing. Take out how proud she was when I got my diploma.
Yeah.
No, not Derek Huff. And I didn't sing a song for her birthday.
Man. You could dress up as a pterodactyl and make her happy for Mother's Day. She's like, good to see you again, pterodactyl.
Terry.
Will you get the
pterodactyl?
Pterodactyl? Mm-hmm.
My mom's similar in the fact that she's always like, make me something. She's like, make me a card.
What are you, 5?
Even worse.
That's what she wants. She likes that kind of stuff. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. But then for her 60th birthday, we took her to see Trans-Siberian Orchestra. We went to a really nice dinner.
Yep.
Like, this was like
Macaroni necklace.
Yes. Several $100 between tickets and everything like that. And then on her 61st birthday, we just like went out to dinner and it was nothing. And she was like, I guess I was just expecting a little bit more. I was like, bitch, like we can't do
She
$1,000 trips every every single time.
Wow.
I guess I was just expecting.
But honey, couldn't you spend the rest of the year saving up
Right?
for my
I was
birthday?
like, Mom, you turned 60. That's a big one. You know, we're not going to do that every single year.
Can't you give me another storage unit?
Okay. Right, seriously.
Pay rent on another storage unit.
Pay a bill. That's the realm that we get in now, where I'm like, what do you want for my, like, if I ask my brother, what does he want for his birthday? You're like, hey, pay this bill
Dude,
for me.
that's fine. Yeah.
I'm like, that's really what
Frees
you want.
up
He's
some
like,
money.
He's like, Venmo me. I'm
Pay
like,
this bill.
yeah. He's at that point now.
Wow.
My mom, I have to make her. I'm like, do you need any money? She's like, no, I'm good. I'm like, do you need money? She's like,
well, imagine
there
a
is this
imagine a
one thing.
world where Poundcake is the benefactor of the family.
well, I have the most
That is
expendable
the world.
income.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because my
I'm
mom,
the same way.
My mom has bills. My brother, he's got a family or others, and I'm the one that, you know, I'm on my own. I'm in these streets on my own.
I'm the exact same way where I'm like, I'm only going to spend this on something stupid. So, yeah, you can
Uber
have some
Eats,
money.
exactly.
Right.
But when I want to spend it on something stupid, I'm like, stop asking me for money. And then I get mad when they're like, you can ask me. You can come to me with anything you need.
Wow.
You yelled at me last time.
I've never given my parents money.
Well, that's a very nice position to be in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I borrowed
Especially
some
'cause you
from
got $1
them
million.
years ago and then paid it right back.
Yeah.
That was like an emergency situation like 15 years ago.
I didn't know it was weird until I got with my ex. And, you know, my dad had a gambling habit and whatever, but like my dad would borrow money from me sometimes or like we'd go out to dinner and my dad would like wait and then we would pay. And my ex was like, I don't think I've ever paid for dinner when I've been out with my parents. And I'm like, oh, well, that's the exact opposite. My dad's like, I paid for your whole goddamn life.
Yeah, whoever,
you can pick up my dinner now.
Our
you
thing
know?
is whoever has the most money at the time, not who
Right.
makes the most, because the more money you make, the more bills you usually have. Whoever has the most expendable income at that time pays for dinner.
How do you figure that out?
Because they know
That
it's me.
I was going to say, that requires a conversation.
They
right?
know it's me.
Hey, who's got the most expendable income right now? Everybody's going to go, well, not me.
Because my mom has my mom has all the cards because she knows how much I pay for my phone bill. She knows how much, like, she knows I don't have a car note. Like, she knows everything.
See, I try to be slick. I always go to the host or the waiter beforehand. I go, bill comes to me.
Mm-hmm.
Bring me. But then you get into this thing either with my dad or my father-in-law. They're like, no, over here. I go, no, it's already taken care of.
Yeah.
Like I give the guy my card. I go, I don't want to see this. Don't bring.
yes.
I don't want to bring it. Don't bring any leather folder out to the dinner.
Right. We did that. My boyfriend, my sister, and her fiance went out to dinner last night, and she pulled that. She grabbed the check before anybody else could, and I was like, "No, what? You have kids? Stop! Don't do that!" And she insisted, and I was like, "At some point, I'm not." Because,
well, they know what they can handle.
Well, and that's the other thing. I'm like, "You're a grown ass adult, and if I'm gonna say no, I'm gonna try to take it from you. But if you insist, then you can have it."
No.
I always like going to the dinner with the people that like to do the old short arm. Like, I don't want to call that one of our friends, but
they
we'll
pretend
say
to reach for the check.
We'll
What's
say
the short
R.
arm?
Dalton.
Where they like act like
They
they're
act
gonna
like
go
they're gonna
pick her,
pay,
but they're not.
like, oh, I was gonna get that, but they're just like it's like they're trying to tread water. They're just
I've never
trying to
done
get
that.
to it, but they can't somehow
Slow
get
walking
to
all the way
it.
over.
Yeah.
Then you just go, oh, okay, you want it? Here.
Oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Push it over to them.
How
They go,
sweet.
no.
How sweet.
That's so nice of you.
I mean, we'll go halves maybe.
Right.
Remember, I didn't get it wine, so I'm not gonna pay for that.
My boyfriend and I fight who pays the bill. Like, usually it's me. Like, whoever initiates the date, I think should pay the bill. But these last couple times, like, I've initiated the date, and he's like, well, no, it's fine. I'm like, don't get me in this habit of allowing you to pay for me every time, because you will regret it. I'd be like, oh,
Yeah, you're trying to be kept.
I really would like some ice cream after this. Okay, we can go get ice cream. And then I'll do the slow hands, like, oh my,
he's like checking his chest pocket. Oh, my wallet.
Don't worry, baby, I got it.
My boyfriend and I are pretty good about every other. Where like, or if it's a really big dinner, and then like you'll get the next two smaller dinners or something like that, keeping it pretty even.
My aunt even, I invited him over for our Easter get together, and my aunt even gave him like money in his Easter basket. Like she's
That's
like,
cute.
Yeah, she's like, oh, thanks.
Giving a 40-year-old man an Easter
I was
basket.
going to say, he's got an Easter basket?
I'm infantilized by my whole family, Alan.
But you said your brother.
No, his aunt.
No, I thought you said in your brother's Easter basket.
No.
His
in
boyfriend.
Yours. Yeah, my boyfriend got.
His aunt made one for his boyfriend and gave him money in it.
Is it a legit basket? Sometimes when you get into like high school or whatever, if your parents still want to do it, they just go, screw it. I poured a bunch of candy into a Ziploc bag. Here you go.
Right.
It wasn't a legit like wicker basket, was it?
No, it wasn't. It was bad. But it still had the grass and stuff in it.
But it's still a basket, right?
But you got to pick that grass out of it. You got to pull your jelly beans out of that grass. And what a pain.
But all the candies, I still have like one of those Dove bunnies sitting on the side of my bed. And I haven't gotten drunk or high enough to eat it yet. But I'm like, one of these days, I'm just going to...
I believe in you. I think you'll get drunk or high enough to eat that bunny soon.
It's just really rich. And I don't want to have it... It's just gross having it sit there all half-eaten, like the ears missing.
Plus,
and
it's
all
milk
melted
chocolate, so that's for children. You got to get dark chocolate,
All
like
right,
like
but
an
he is a
adult,
child.
like a goddamn adult. Right?
I got so a friend of mine friends that I went to high school with brought me like a candy bouquet to my shows in Denver, in Fort Collins. And I was like, because they're like, you can't travel with flowers. So we got, it was all these different kinds. And they had dark chocolates. I think you've had it here. It's like a white paper package. And then it has like orange rinds in it or something like that.
Yeah, it's real good.
Real good. It was the first time I'd had that. And like you bite into it and there's these little orange piece, little flavor explosions.
Right.
It was wonderful.
It's your rite of passage as an adult candy consumer.
But I do like, when it comes to like chocolate covered fruit, I do prefer dark chocolate over light chocolate because the dark chocolate's more bitter, the fruit is more sweet. I think it pairs better.
Who wants bitter chocolate? I think
when it's with fruit,
I mean, it's better for you, quite frankly. I mean, if you're going to be
That's
eating a
what
lot
I'm
of
always
chocolate.
worried about when I'm eating candy.
That's what I'm talking
Give me
about.
the healthy candy.
Well, but what I'm saying is, if you can move anything in your favor a little bit, make yourself feel a little bit about, I got
Have some Diet Crack, please.
I got a rocky.
Diet Crack.
Hey, don't knock Diet Crack. It's got half the calories of regular crack.
And can I get some Tums with that?
It's half a rock.
Man, crack just gives me heartburn.
Got crack reflux. No, I filled that Rocky River Public Library mug with jelly beans on my desk because after Easter, I was picking through my daughter's jelly beans. I was like,
What kind of jelly beans?
Jelly beans are good.
Starburst are the only way.
Jelly Bellies.
Oh, boo.
What? There's like 1,000 different flavors.
Yeah, but I feel like the Starburst jelly beans are the top-notch jelly beans. They have the most
I'm
flavor.
with Captain Fun on this one.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Starburst jelly beans, you get 5 flavors.
Yeah, but they're
That's all you
so
need.
juicy and delicious.
Jelly Bellies, bro. Come on. They are the OG. The OG. They have replicated the taste of a pear.
But then you have to eat them one at a time. Starburst,
That's how
I feel
I
like
do
you
it.
can kind of throw a handful in.
No, I do them one at a time.
Yeah, you would.
Well, I portion them out, so I figure
Oh
out
my
how.
God, you're the least fun person. You should put on portioning out jelly beans.
Yes. I'm not going to eat an entire bag of them because I know I would.
Yeah.
To protect myself, I portion things out. I go, I look in the back, it says, what is a serving size, right?
And it says 12 jelly beans, and
It'll
you
say
put out 12 jelly beans.
I eat less than that. I think a serving size of Jelly Bellies is like 27 beans. So I go, well, I ain't going to eat 27 beans. So I'll take like 10
who could
out.
eat 27 jelly beans?
Yeah,
that would
that's a lot.
take almost one handful.
I didn't
So
say
full.
I can't eat them. Of course I could. I won't. So that way, that's how I portion them out so that I'm stay disciplined when I'm having candy. Because I'm a grown man who likes candy.
Right.
So I'll do that with everything, right?
Yeah.
If I'm eating my nuts, because I love nuts. You know me, Bill. I love nothing more than nuts in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I can't not have a mouthful of nuts.
Nuts and beans.
So
Put them in your face. Huh?
So I'll look on the back of the bag. What's the portion size? It'll say like 13 almonds or whatever. So I'll have 13 almonds.
It doesn't say half a fist.
No, it doesn't say that.
This much with a hand drawn out.
This much. Yeah. No, I portion things out. That things that aren't good for you, but that I like, I'll portion them out.
I did that
so I don't
for-
go bananas.
I did that for so long dieting that now I'm just like, don't eat the whole thing. You'll be fine. I've gone so far the other way.
Well, no,
If I can-
listen. Whatever makes you happy. I just know that I won't be happy if I know that I ate a bunch of crap
You
like that.
overindulged.
Yes.
Well, I ate half a pint of Ben & Jerry's for breakfast this morning. So
For
Hell yeah, you
breakfast.
did.
What kind?
it was like some peanut butter one where it has like
Netflix
the
and
top.
chilled?
I don't know. It was
a
just
good
like
one.
I just got it at a gas station. And it was like it's the one that's
Next
got like
to
the
the
top
sushi.
on it, like where it's like a. It's
Bill,
like
they
a,
all have a top on
like a-
them. That's how
Yeah.
they come shipped.
It's like, but it's like a candy top, and then you break it up, and it like stirs into the rest of it.
Oh.
Very good.
Don't know anything about
But
that.
yeah, that's what I had for breakfast. I was like,
breakfast.
I just woke up and I was like,
That's a
You're
bold
an adult.
move.
You can do
I'm
whatever you
gonna
want.
do this because I want it now.
I had leftover short ribs from dinner last night that I thought about eating for breakfast, and I had like the to-go box out, and I was like, go to the grocery store, because then you're going to get home, and you're going to have nothing for dinner, and you're going to be pissed. So I was like, all right.
Did you have the first half of the pint or the second half of the pint?
The second half.
So half of it was already eaten. Now,
Half
did you
of it
eat
I
that?
had on Monday.
Oh, I was going to say, did you eat the first last night and then woke up and go, boy, that was good. I'll have that for breakfast.
I do, in Alan Cox fashion, I won't let myself have ice cream back-to-back days.
There you go.
So once it's there's a full day in between the ice cream eating.
24-hour buffer.
Boom. Then I can dive right in.
Gotcha. Okay, I've got a break. If you want to get a shot at $1,000, your next chance is coming up at 4:30. I'll have a keyword for you, help you go fund yourself, so be listening for that. 35192 if you want to text for anything here in the break.
The Alan Cox Show. one for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one.
It's time to fiesta. Happy Cinco de Mayo from iHeart. Music is a must for every Cinco de Mayo party. That's why iHeart is cranking up the mariachi band and putting some serious energy behind this celebration with our very own Cinco de Mayo playlist. Just open the app and tap playlists. Get in the mood or set the mood for your party.
El playlist iHeart Cinco de Mayo es un party al instante.
Don't know what he said. I did hear iHeart though. The free iHeart app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
All right, his mama calls him Colson. Machine Gun Kelly has announced he's going to bring the tickets to my Downfall tour back home Saturday, December 18th to play the Romo Fijo. The tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. You can win this pair right now. Keep that money in your pocket. Good luck. 2 for MGK in December, downtown. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Hey, ladies. If bad puns and even worse accents get it slippery down there,
I'm so turned on, I think I'm actually getting dehydrated.
you've come to the right place.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Another $1,000 for you. You can go fund yourself in about 7 minutes, 4:30. Next keyword that could get you $1,000. As if on cue. People are telling me I'm a psycho for portioning out my jelly beans, but what do you want from me?
Hey, it's a responsible way to live, and you're a responsible guy.
Here's the trouble, though, too, is even when I do that, I'll end up throwing some of them out. Because with that many flavors, because I'm eating the Jelly Bellies, it's difficult to discern what's what. Because
Yeah.
I don't like black licorice.
Or popcorn.
I don't like the buttered popcorn.
Ugh, it's so bad.
Awful. I don't like the cinnamon, which looks very similar to like the cherry or the... So sometimes I'm probably throwing beans out that are perfectly fine and...
You know when you don't have that problem?
Starburst, when you only have 5.
Interesting.
5 flavors.
Sometimes less is more.
Sometimes
less is more.
That is a good point. Yep. It's an embarrassment of riches there with those Jelly Bellies. They've got a legend on the back of the bag that tells you, okay, this is this. I don't keep that. I just put them in my hand based on how many I can have. How many I've allowed myself to have. But I'm like, okay, black, easy. Don't like that. But buttered popcorn looks a lot like toasted marshmallow.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Playing a game. Maybe you're more of a gambler than you thought.
Gambling with my jelly bean portions. Hey, good news also for people who like to get high and snack. They're releasing Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory on 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray.
Wow. The original or Johnny Depp?
The original, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. That movie
Johnny Depp's is called Charlie, I think.
Charlie and Chocolate, yeah. Which I think was what the book was called.
The book was called that, yeah.
But the original Gene Wilder, on the 50th anniversary, June 29th, this summer. Obviously, Gene Wilder wasn't really well known until Willy Wonka, but he nailed it. So it's going to have a lot of extra stuff on it. I thought I read something that the last Oompa Loompa just died. The last actor who played an Oompa Loompa passed away. I don't know if that's true.
They're extinct.
Yeah.
No more Loompas. What happened to Loompa Land?
No more Oompa Loompas.
My sister and I loved that movie growing up. We would watch it on repeat. We would learn the Oompa Loompa dances and do them, and I loved that
We
movie.
were clicking around about a year ago, and it just happened to be starting. I don't know if TBS was showing it or somebody. And I was like, my daughter's sitting there with me, and I go, well, let's watch Willy Wonka. And I thought maybe she might be a little too young for it.
Mm-hmm.
She ate it up, man. She loved it.
That weird boat scene.
Yeah.
Hallucinating or whatever.
Yeah, so they're going to have, the DVD's got all kinds of extra stuff on it. It's got Oompa Loompa sing-alongs. It's also going to be available to stream in high def, too. So if you don't want to buy a Blu-ray, which
I feel like 4K is not good for a movie that's that old. Like, I like it to look like film, but like when it's too clear, then all the candy stuff, like you can see that it's not as glorious as it, because it looks a lot less like candy and more like props.
It takes you out of it, huh?
A little bit, yeah.
It's like when they colorize the like World War I photo. You know, they'll take real old photos, or they'll up the frame rate on really old film, and it makes it look like it's cool, but it also
there's cool.
It looks
'cause
weird.
The visuals in that movie are really cool, but I feel like they lend to the film look. Like 4K, I feel like is too brilliant.
Yeah.
To like when you go into the Golden Goose room, you're like, well, this is just like. You don't need to see the strokes of paint, you know?
Those aren't even real geese.
They just spray painted some styrofoam. That's no fun.
Don't care how I want to die.
Such a good movie, though.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I saw it at Playhouse Square a few years ago. I
Ooh,
took
that would be a
my
good
kids
one.
and stuff, and it was great.
Is that a regularly touring musical?
No, it wasn't.
You mean
it
the
was
movie?
The film. They
Oh,
showed the
show the
film
movies,
on the screen there.
Oh, that's cool.
So it was like they did like a film series, and like they'd show classic films in the Palace Theater.
That's
it was
really
really
cool.
cool.
Yeah, we saw Jaws a couple times. Like, it's an opportunity to see movies that, like, for me, I was too young to see Jaws in the movie theater.
Right.
You know, I'd never seen it.
Now that you mention
Those are
that,
fun.
I saw It's a Wonderful Life years back with one of my girlfriends, maybe like 2013 or 14. We did that. I was very drunk, but I remember parts of it.
It's a Wonderful Life.
Favorite movie?
Also, it's a terrible movie.
It's fine. You're entitled to your own opinions, Alan. You jelly bean counter.
You psycho jelly bean counter.
The power of capitalism.
How do you like? How do you
That's
like
what
that?
that movie's about.
That's right.
If you have money, you don't have problems.
Could you talk about how Willy Wonka is a slave driver now? Listen, if those Oompa Loompas, say what you want about William Wonka Esquire, if those Oompa Loompas had tried to unionize,
We don't know that they weren't.
he would have given them what for? No, they were all about taking care of him, whatever. There was no indication whatsoever that those Oompa Loompas had their own agency, had any kind of union. There was no shop steward for those Oompa Loompas.
That we know of. We didn't
Right.
get the whole Oompa
We didn't get
Loompa
the backstory.
story.
There was no prequel?
in the
Gene Wilder version.
Now, they were rescued.
I don't know if they were rescued. They were taken.
Yeah.
He said
there
that-
was an agreement of sorts.
In the Johnny Depp one, he was like, Oompa Loompas love cocoa beans. And then I told them if they came and worked in my factory, I would give them all the cocoa beans they could ever want. And so it was like, okay.
Now, if you want to
He
talk
was
about
drugs, essentially.
you want to talk about real chocolate, that's all by slaves. Like most chocolate, now like 40% of the chocolate in the world is produced basically under slave labor.
Yes.
So-
Tiny hands picking those beans.
Well, in just not just tiny hands, but just impoverished people.
Yeah.
Where they'd get next to nothing for them.
Pay them a nickel a day. Well, listen, that is, again, it's problematic.
That's what
that they're paid in cocoa beans.
And my girlfriend likes watching all these documentaries, and then you find out how everything's made and how terrible everything is, and you're just like, I can't even eat chocolate guilt-free. Whether it's dark or milk, it still
that's why
comes from slave labor.
all that fair trade, everything, that's $19 per chocolate
I was going to
bar.
say, yeah,
Like,
you really have, if you want to try to be an engaged civilian
you
in the
need
world,
to be rich.
you got to have some money.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is fair trade, non-slavery dark chocolate. How much is it? It's $27 a square. Okay, well, but it's real good. Okay, fine.
Doesn't even taste processed.
I mean, they get the slaves' houses, right? So, like, that's fine. Like, room and board.
Yeah, they live in chocolate houses.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can eat your domicile if the mood should strike. $1,000 here for you. Get you a couple ounces of free trade chocolate. A chance for you to go fund yourself. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword SUN at WMMS.com. That's SUN. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Next chance for you to grab $1,000 is around 5:30, and then at 6:30, right after we get out of here.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can still buy tickets to my taping this weekend at Hilarities. Hilarities.com.
You know what? Maybe I do believe in psychic powers. You knew exactly what he was going to
I
ask.
knew exactly what he was going to ask.
Bill's
and I
got
just
the
want
shine.
I asked him yesterday. My boyfriend wants to go.
We'll get those tickets.
All right.
I'm just saying.
But can you tour the Willy Wonka chocolate factory? There is a chocolate factory, right?
I don't know that there is. I think it was made up for the movie.
Well, no, there's Wonka candies. So
that's a company. That's owned by Leaf, or so. That's like a brand of candy that's owned by a bigger company.
But if they don't capitalize off of that, I don't know why they would be silly.
What do you mean?
Like if they...
Why would they need an act? I mean...
They need to make it like a themed store or factory or whatever.
I mean, there might be... Well, they're trying to make candy. They're not trying to make it a
theme park.
But you can capitalize
your...
I mean, they have Hershey, Pennsylvania, and they have like the Hershey amusement park.
Yeah, but that's a real thing.
And if you've ever been there,
I've never been
you know
there.
how severely disappointing it is.
I've never been to Hershey, Pennsylvania.
What's the one? There's one in like Sharon, Pennsylvania that's like a little tiny candy factory, and it looks like the Wizard of Oz is in there, but it's like real shabby. And I went there with actually Dalton a few years ago. I was working a club out there, and it's in Sharon, Pennsylvania, or
Daffins.
Middlesex or something like that. Yeah,
Daffins is in Sharon, PA.
Yeah, and they got this.
It's the Chocolate Kingdom.
Yes, and it's very dated, but kind of kitschy and fun at the same time.
Yep. Willy Wonka and his chocolate factory do exist. They are known as Josef Zotter and his chocolate factory.
Rolls right off the tongue.
Hello, come and touch my chocolates.
Did you wash your hands first?
We've got this is fair trade chocolates. And it's on TripAdvisor, so I guess people are right. The factory tour starts in a theater with a video about... Now, this is... Poundcake's right. This is precisely why you want one of these, because it's enthralling. The video talks about the history and purchasing of chocolate. Then I called the manager of the chocolate fields, and I'd tell him, I need this much. People are going... How much caffeine's in that chocolate, Joseph?
A Wonka bar, though. Like, they made it look so good in the movie.
It was a movie, yes.
Yeah, they made it look so
wanted
good.
to make it look fantastic.
But they do have, like, Wonka candies. I don't know if they have chocolates, but they have Wonka candies. Because I had some, and it had the little Willy Wonka logo on the side of it.
Yeah, but the Wonka brand is owned by Nestle.
Yeah, that's
so
just
if you want to
something
go to
they
the
use for
Willy Wonka
marketing.
factory, it's over in Ohio City. The big white behemoth with the
boy,
Nestle
is it
sign.
magical. You can work 30 hours, and that's all, and no benefits.
There you go. You can walk across the street and go home.
Slugworth would have something to say about that.
Yeah.
He'd give you benefits.
Slugworth worked for Wonka.
Yes. He
Oh,
was
yeah.
he was a spy.
A real Lucifer, situation there. Top guy becomes your worst enemy.
All of the Oompa Loompas were also undocumented. But he did save them from the vermicious Canid, so maybe that had something to do with, I don't know if they had any kind of papers whatsoever.
Hornswogglers.
Yeah, hornswogglers.
Rotten, vermicious.
And I don't know, I don't know what their status was. I don't know why he was an American guy who owned a place in England. Did they ever explain that? Why was Charlie and his grandpa, weren't they all in London?
He was
Wasn't it set in London?
eccentric, Alan.
But why was Charlie and his grandpa English? Why were they American?
In the Johnny Depp version, when they go back in time, boy Johnny Depp has a British accent.
I mean, I know the author was British.
Yeah,
but why was
Roald Dahl, right?
Roald Dahl?
Yeah.
So, but I think like Charlie wasn't British.
Yeah, he
No,
was.
that's no,
Wasn't
he was
No,
not.
Grandpa
Nope.
Joe wasn't British either. Like,
No,
they
that's
were-
what I'm saying.
But
they're
they were in
American.
the same. They were in the same city as the factory.
That's what I'm saying. Why were those guys why were they all American in London?
I
Why
don't know.
would
They were
In the Johnny Depp
expatriates.
version, I feel like they were British. They were British.
I think because they just filmed it in London, but they had some actors that were.
Mike TV was
Yeah.
from America. Augustus Gloop was from Germany.
Violet Beauregard was from America?
She's American, yeah.
Veruca Salt, was she also
She was
from
British.
America?
She was
I
British,
want a
yeah.
new Palumpa
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
She was British. So it's a
Who are we
little
missing?
mixed there.
Just
I
Charlie?
don't know.
There's 5, I thought.
Well, there were no Jewish kids because Roald Dahl was a vicious anti-Semite in real life. So
There's
that had something to do with it
Charlie,
too.
German kid, Mike TV,
Veruca.
Veruca, and Violet.
Yeah.
So there's 5.
It was set in Munich. Was it?
I didn't know that.
Was it set there or shot there? I thought it was set in London. Anyway, my question still stands. Why were all those American kids in Munich?
They weren't.
They were transported to the factory.
Just
from around the world.
Yeah,
but
it was
wasn't
like
he? But Charlie was like he would look at the factory. I feel like I might have to watch it again.
not the original one. In the Johnny Depp one,
See,
I
I
felt like
wouldn't-
he had the hole in the ceiling and he could like see the factory.
I wasn't getting anywhere-
Grandpa Joe used to work at the factory.
I wasn't getting anywhere close to that Johnny Depp piece of garbage.
Yeah, I don't know the Johnny Depp one at all.
Well, maybe.
But I know the Johnny
maybe
Depp
I'm
one's
mixing
closer
them
to
up.
the book.
Yeah, the Johnny Depp one's
it
based on
was.
the book.
Yeah.
In the Johnny
so
Depp
they didn't
one,
just retcon the first movie?
in the Johnny Depp one, Grandpa Joe and his dad worked at the factory. No. His dad worked for the toothpaste company, and he would screw on the lids onto the toothpaste, and then with the upswing in chocolate sales, more people were getting cavities and buying toothpaste, and his job was replaced by a robot.
I see. By a robot. Okay.
But I think Grandpa Joe used to work at the chocolate factory.
But then got replaced by the Oompa Loompas.
Because people were stealing
I don't know.
recipes, or people were leaking.
Hello, Earth Boy. It's me, Short Circuit.
Go away.
Beep bop boop. Beep bop boop.
What does that have to do with anything?
He was replaced by a robot.
Oh, there you go.
What is that? By the way, do any of my drops ever really have to do with anything?
That's
But
a
yeah,
good
he was
point.
replaced by a robot.
There you go.
Yeah.
God, that movie. I had a music teacher that whenever we would have a substitute, she would always put that as like the substitute's duty. Like just play the movie Willy Wonka. That was her favorite movie.
Ours was always in chorus. We had the Temptations movie, and we always had to watch that, and the
Five
Michael
Heartbeats.
Jackson Oz one.
Oh.
Was it just called Oz?
I thought it wasn't
The
that
Wiz.
The Wiz, that's
yeah.
what it was. Yeah,
Oh,
we
the
had to watch
white
that
bitch.
one. Oh my God.
How could you not know The Wiz?
The Wiz is one of the first movies I remember. Again, when I was a
I'm
kid.
sorry, that was
When I was
thinking out loud.
when I was
I
a
was
kid.
a dumb white bitch yesterday about Erica Badu too, so it doesn't matter.
Hey, better late than never.
Right.
Wiz was one of my favorite movies growing up because in the early days of HBO, it was one of the only movies they had. So when I was a kid and I go to my grandma's, because we didn't have cable, she had HBO, they had like 10 movies they were showing all the time, right? Just all day long, rotating these same 10 movies. And The Wiz was on. And it scared the piss out of me.
Really?
Well, because they're in the subway and the garbage cans are coming at them.
Yeah.
And, you know, for people who've never seen The Wiz.
I
it's
actually
like
have
a-
never seen The Wiz.
It's an all black cast take on the Wizard of Oz.
I know what it is.
Yeah,
I just
you know
have
the-
never
the-
actually seen it. Yeah.
Diana Ross, Nipsey Russell, who was a big deal at the time, Michael Jackson.
I don't know.
One of the guys that did it on stage. They kept him for the movie.
Isn't it the guy that also played in Sandlot, played the Wiz?
That's James Earl Jones. I don't remember if he was the Wiz.
I don't remember. It was so long ago.
Richard Pryor was the Wizard of Oz.
Oh, that makes
really?
sense.
All right, now I gotta watch this.
He's not doing stand up.
I know, but I still.
I knew it was someone with
I
a
feel like I
really
should
deep
see it.
Ted Ross was the Cowardly Lion. He was the guy that was, I think, part of the stage production. They kept him for the movie.
I don't know if Richard Pryor has the deepest of voices. Maybe he was putting on a deep voice, but I don't think he's got like a deep voice.
I rewatched the original Wizard of Oz not too long ago when I was sick and out for those couple days in February. Cowardly Lion annoyed me. I'm like, I felt like he kept
You
messing
don't know what he's
everything up.
going through, Mary.
He kept messing everything up. You're right. You're 100%
Being
right.
inconvenienced.
He's got anxiety.
He does have anxiety.
You should relate to him.
Maybe he should start Lexapro.
That's what they do. The modern Wizard of Oz is just like, oh,
He just
I'm a
medicates
pharmacist, so let's get you on. So there might be some side effects. You might lose
Lexapro
some
does not give you courage though, and that's what he wanted.
Do you need to ease on down the road? Here's this. Yeah, the guy that played the Cowardly Lion is the pride of Zanesville, Ohio.
Hey. The original Cowardly Lion?
Yeah, he played the one of my other favorite movies was Arthur with Dudley Moore.
Yeah.
He played the chauffeur in that. But yeah, The Wiz, when I saw it as a kid, I was like, it just, for some reason, it freaked me out. Because the original Wizard of Oz, for people who
Also
were
pretty spooky.
spooky, yes,
Yeah.
for people who were much older and like that was their coming of age version of that.
Mm-hmm.
If you watch it like now, you're like, this is silly.
Well, I watched
But back
it and
then,
I
it was
like,
probably the flying monkeys and the whole thing was probably a big deal.
and they're like ripping apart the scarecrow, and I'm like, and like the trees that are yelling and throwing apples at them. I'm like,
Yes.
this is kind of heavy for a. And then
Yeah.
they kill the witch. I'm like, this is kind of heavy for a little
This
kid.
is why older generations think we're soft because they're like they're watching that. They're like, yeah. Kill that
throw
bitch.
his legs.
Drop a house on her.
Melt her.
Poppies would make her
Yeah,
sleep.
melt her. Throw
Heroin?
some water on her. It's our most abundant resource. Just pour it all over her.
Our most abundant resource.
I was watching that Poppy scene and I was like, am I high on NyQuil or is this about heroin and cocaine? Because they
Yeah.
fall asleep in the poppies and then they wake up from the snow.
Yeah.
And I was like, have I missed that analogy my whole life?
Yeah.
Or is it that's what it is, right?
Now, what would really happen is they get into the poppy field and they'd be like, well, this is our home.
We're not leaving.
Yeah, we're
now.
not leaving the poppy field. You get the snow wakes you up and you're like, well, let's do more poppies.
Let's smell more flowers.
Until they're all gone.
Yeah. And then the wizard's like, hey, I got some stuff for you guys over here. Like, we found what we were looking for. It's poppies. It's opiates. We're good. Take it easy.
I just remember Diana Ross was so jittery and high-pitched in The Wiz. It just drove me nuts.
Yeah.
Between her...
Well, she was probably on cocaine.
Maybe she was. Anyway, okay, I got a break. You want to get a text 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch there if you like. And listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Checks. Send lots of money.
You can play with your favorite legends, flashbacks, current players, all on your team. Mix them up however you want. MLB The Show 21 is now available for PlayStation and Xbox consoles. You can go to theshow.com for details. A copy here for you for either format. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the radio equivalent of Shakespeare. If you replace the cross-dressing with fart jokes.
Ashley, can we keep the cross-dressing too?
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
We got the Poundcake sports break in about a half an hour. That's exciting. His weekly delving into the sports behind the sports. That's how I like to think of it, right? Not just X's and O's. More like X's and O's.
X's and hoes.
X's and hoes. Yeah. Indians take the second of the first two against the Royals. Last night, 7-3 was the final. They're still in Kansas City. It's a 4-game series, so they'll play them again tonight. Hoping to continue the streak. So 8:10 is your start here on WMMS. If you're in town but not near your radio, you can always listen on the iHeartRadio app, by the way. A lot of the film historians in our audience texting me in the break. Did you guys know that the snow scene in The Wizard of Oz is all asbestos?
I did know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's wild. Hey,
not the
guys,
best
remember
idea.
when we shot that movie a few years ago? And
Turns out.
it turns out... somebody suggested the Oz books. I devoured those books as a kid. I stumbled onto one in my library in like middle school, junior high, had all of them. You ever read the Oz books, the L. Frank Baum Oz books? There were like a dozen of them, and I just read all of them because they had the original characters, but then they would throw in like the Jack Pumpkinhead, which was this scarecrow with a pumpkin head that came to life.
He's in Return to Oz.
Yeah, that's a creepy movie.
That's
isn't
a
it?
very
with
creepy
Fairuza
movie.
Balk. I remember that.
That's always one that I like to show somebody that's never seen it. And I recommend it. It's on Disney Plus, I believe. Return to Oz. It was made in like the early '80s, and it is creepy as hell. Especially if you have
85, I think, mid '80s.
Yeah, if you watch it with like a kid that's probably like 9 or 10, it's just the right amount of scary where they're not going to have nightmares, but it's going to be weird, and they're going to be like tense. It's good. My kids love that film.
I've never seen it.
Well, because if you read up on Willy Wonka, like Willy Wonka is all about like the 7 deadly sins, something like that.
Oh,
Each one of the people,
Gluttony, pride,
greed, something
greed.
like that. And the Wizard of Oz is about. I read a thing about
Looks
the Wizard.
like John Doe's got the golden ticket.
Wizard of Oz was about like American capitalism or something. There was like this deep dive somebody did onto what the meaning of things in the Wizard of Oz was initially, and it was about the monetary. I don't know what the source material is on that though, but
I didn't know that the Willy Wonka
wild.
was based on the 7 deadly sins.
Well, sloth.
Or is that like a...
It was Mike TV, right? You just want to sit around and watch television all the time.
I guess, yeah.
Gluttony.
Which one was lust?
That was Willy.
Ah.
He was doing stuff with the Oompa Loompas.
He was lusting after little Charlie.
Oh. Yeah, Charlie, he didn't represent one of the 7 deadly sins, did he?
What are they? Sloth, gluttony, lust, greed, sloth, gluttony, lust, greed, jealousy, envy.
Envy.
Was any of them envy?
Yes.
Maybe Veruca. Or not Veruca. Yeah,
Yeah, Veruca Salt. She wanted an Oompa Loompa now.
Envy.
What's at the end of 7?
A head.
Spoiler.
Heads. The deadliest sin of all. A head.
A head.
Using your brain.
Head.
How dare you think Wrath is
Wrath.
your 7? I am become
None of them were
Wrath.
mad. Who was mad? None of them were mad. And I guess there was only 5 kids, too.
Willy
Well, I'm
Wonka.
missing one. I only named 6.
Willy Wonka was mad at Charlie at the end. Right?
But he forgave him, though.
Right, but he screamed at him and yelled at him. And
Good day, sir.
get nothing. They're black and white, clear as crystal. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
I said good day. Clear as crystal.
You stole fizzy lifting drink.
That must have been fun to just
To
be in
steal
that
fizzy
scene.
lifting drink?
No, to be able to scream at a child like that and be like, "Ha, I'm working." This is me working right now.
Alan, fun fact: Wicked was hot garbage. Wicked
I
is.
loved Wicked.
I
never saw Wicked.
Wicked is one of the only live productions that I've ever enjoyed. I'm not a big fan of live theater. I feel like I would be much more cultured if I was. I could count on one hand, and I've seen a lot of live theater because I keep trying, but I could count on one hand the productions I've very much enjoyed, and Wicked was one of them.
Yeah.
A long time ago, like the first year it went out, I think I saw it, but with like a girlfriend, she wanted to go, and I ended up really, really liking it.
I thought it was great.
I went and saw Wicked, and I want to say it was the first musical I had seen as like an adult, like live theater. And I almost called it halftime. I did call it halftime at the point.
Intermission?
But at intermission, I was like, wow, that was really good. And I like got up and like started collecting my things. And my boyfriend at the time was like, we're only halfway there. He's like, she just became the Wicked
I was
Witch.
going to say, Mary's like, it seems like the story just kind of ended. Is that weird?
She like floats up and she turns all green. And he's like, this is where it starts to align with the movie. Like, you get that, right?
Aladdin was so damn good. Like, that was such a good production. And Mean Girls, too.
Mean Girls was great.
That
I
was
liked Aladdin
fun.
too. The genie really was great in Aladdin.
I think you have to be, to get that role, you have big shoes to fill. Like, no one's going to fill Robin Williams.
Yeah, Will Smith knows that. Although, do you guys see Will Smith's like posting all those pictures of like, he's like, this is the worst shape I've ever been in my entire life. He's all chubby and stuff.
Really?
Yeah, good for him. Being all body positive.
Yeah, but everybody's like...
He's chubby for Will Smith. He's got like a little tiny bit of fat
Well,
on his
he's also
body.
chubby because he's doing a thing with YouTube to lose the weight and film it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You know
So
he's
it's-
promoting something.
Well, not only that, but people were like, listen, it's not about body positivity, but does anybody care about one of the most famous rich people on the planet getting into amazing shape? Like, how is this going to be must-watch television? Yeah, no, he's doing a thing with, he's got a dad bod, and he's doing a thing with YouTube to, like, you know, chronicle him getting into shape. Which, whatever, good for him, but, like, who's going to watch that? Who cares?
And then at the end, they'll talk about their experience on the Red Table Talk. Jada Pinkett Smith.
Is she doing it too?
No,
Is that still on?
She has her. Yes, I love that show. It's
Well,
on
of course
Facebook.
you do. That's right up your alley.
Yeah, it's a Facebook TV show because they have that. Because of course, but no commercials, and they just bring bitches to the table. Like they had that one girl's daughter who was caught up in the college admission scandal.
Lori Laughlin's daughter?
Yeah, they had her daughter on
Really?
there. Mm-hmm. And she was talking. She was like, "Of course."
Is she still sticking to the I didn't know anything story?
It was a long. It was like a 40-minute episode, but pretty much the mom, Jada Pinkett's mom, is Jada Pinkett, her mom, and her daughter Willow. And her mom, they call her Gam Gam or whatever. And she was like, "I don't like that. This little white girl always comes to the black table because she did something and she pissed off the black community. It's not our job to keep her woke." And I was like, "You get them, Gam."
Well, a couple things. She was there because they invited her there.
No, she asked to come.
But they agreed. Second of all, what's it got to do with black folks?
Because she doesn't check her privilege. And this was during the time, this was last year when people are getting like the whole George Floyd thing. Her mom was making the point that we black people are disenfranchised and we're out here fighting for our lives. And this bitch wants to come on TV and apologize for getting into an Ivy League a really good school and cheated her way in.
But they had her on.
But Gam didn't have
just to kick her in the balls or what? Like I don't.
You have to watch the episode. But the mom, Jada Pinkett's mom, didn't have any authority over having her on. She was saying that I wish.
So she was mad. She was. I see. Well, that's the part you left out. So she was mad that Jada Pinkett had Lori Laughlin's daughter on.
Yes.
And Jada Pinkett, because she knows what she's doing, probably knew that, and that's why she had her on. Because otherwise, it would be boring if everybody was,
Yeah.
Right? She knew her mom was going to freak out.
Pretty much. And it made good TV because Gam was giving it to her with her finger in her face.
It made
and
good
everything.
computer. Are a lot of people watching that? Like
you can see like the views.
I thought Facebook TV. I thought already flopped. Like they
Yeah, but
tried that for a while.
Facebook Watch though is still going strong.
What was the other one? They were doing like original shows that nobody was watching.
Well, I mean, this
a year and a half ago, Facebook. Thought it was Facebook Watch.
But this show doesn't require. It doesn't take a lot of money. They film it in Will and Jada's house.
No, I understand.
So she's producing it herself.
What's it called?
So.
The Red Table Talk Diaries.
It's just Red Table Talk.
There was a show called Real Bros of Simi Valley or whatever.
Real Bros?
It's like a fake reality show. Yeah, like a Real Housewives. I opened for one of the guys that was on there.
I mean, you look at the shows that are on Facebook Watch and you're like, nobody's ever heard of any of these other than that Jada Pinkett one because they're constantly promoting it.
She gets good people. Whenever, like, any pop culture person that, like, messes up majorly, they usually go to the Red Table Talk. So I almost, like, wait for it. Like, they had Jordan Woods after the whole Tristan Thompson scandal. They had her on there. I'm trying to think who else they had on recently that you guys would.
Well, given Tristan Thompson's proclivities, they're going to have a steady stream of guests.
Yeah,
I mean, the episode 27 had 34 million views.
That's what I'm saying. You can.
That's what I mean. Like a lot of people are doing that. But anybody watching The Birch?
No.
Anybody watching Sorry for Your Loss?
No.
Or Limetown, which I think they already canceled. Limetown with Jessica. Who's the hot Jessica?
Alba?
No.
Simpson?
Beale?
Timberlake. Beale.
Oh.
Jessica Biel.
Timberlake.
Yeah. Sha Wing. Yeah, she's lovely. Anderson Cooper Full Circle. Is anybody watching that on Facebook Watch?
They gave him another show?
They said that his run...
I like how he's got Anderson Cooper 360. We want to keep that same brand. Full Circle? Boom. Got it.
They said that the Anderson Cooper week on Jeopardy was the lowest rated of all those guest hosts.
He's not interesting.
None of those other people are either. You think Aaron Rodgers is interesting?
But I'm saying Anderson Cooper is literally, for him to be a gay guy, he has no pizzazz or like anything whatsoever.
But his personal story is amazing.
Yes, but he doesn't have to do much. He's educated.
I had a rich mom.
He's rich and he's good looking.
His brother jumped off a balcony in their house to kill himself.
But that's not interesting. It's probably because
It's
they were bored.
not. He was a legit war correspondent for a decade plus.
That's still boring. Like, he doesn't have a personality.
Well, he's been successful on television for a long time. I'm just
He's
saying.
a news guy.
What I'm saying is, compared to all of the other people that the whole circle of people that they've had fill in there, those people aren't there to be exciting. I'm curious why. I think it has more to do. I don't think it has anything to do with Anderson Cooper. I think people are tired of seeing these fill-in celebrity hosts on Jeopardy, and so they're like, I don't care.
Well, you
Aaron
also
Rodgers,
see him,
Katie Couric, like who cares? And you see Anderson Cooper all the time.
You see him all the time. That's what I'm saying. Like, Aaron Rodgers is a novelty. Like, having a football player that's a very popular football player in that setting is very different than seeing someone who's you're used to reading a teleprompter.
I love Andy Cohen. Like, if they should have got Andy Cohen, he can host. He has a personality. He's fun. Anderson Cooper, like, I'm sure off camera, he's a riot because I don't think.
Doesn't he get drunk on New Year's? And he's pretty fun on that.
But Anderson Cooper and Andy Cohen have two completely different, like, jobs.
I understand that, but that's what I'm saying. He's news and he has to be all serious. So from what he portrays, he seems really boring. But I'm sure off camera, I don't think Andy
I'm just saying,
Cohen
if
would
there's
hang out
any,
with someone that's like
what
that.
I'm saying is, if there's any place you're not expected to be a dynamic person, it would be Jeopardy.
He still couldn't do that right.
Well, that's why I don't think it's a reflection on him. I think people watching are like, okay, could you just, you're going to put LeVar Burton or Ken Jennings in there. Let's just get it over with. Like, who really cares who's doing Alex Trebek's job? Nobody.
I think a lot of people do.
I don't think so. I think they think they do. But if you like Jeopardy, you like that show. Mm-hmm. Alex Trebek was great because it was comfort food. He was there for 100 years. But nobody cares really who hosts Jeopardy.
As long as it's not.
Because if they did, they would have.
Anderson Cooper.
If they did, they would have gotten their host already.
According to
instead of
Poundcake.
all the stunting here.
Poundcake is ornery today. He's
judgy
he's
today.
He's snatching wigs.
I think
as
he's
he would
nervous
say.
about the sports break.
I think he's excited about it.
Same thing.
No. I've just been in a mood.
Why? Because that coffin lady?
Did you stop taking your medicine already?
No, I'm still on it.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, I have to go pick it up after work today. I'm just annoyed with it. And I just can't wait to get over this dose so I can get off this stupid medication. I just haven't been happy. I haven't been happy, and I don't know how I can change it.
Stop worrying about being happy and just try to be fulfilled.
I'm not fulfilled. And I don't know what's not fulfilling me.
He's not happy because he's not fulfilled, Bill.
My friend texts me because he texts me every morning and he's like, how's it going today? I'm like, fine. He's like, that doesn't sound fine. Have you done an ABC chart? I'm like, a what? He's like, list everything you're grateful for in alphabetical order. List 26 things. I'm like, I'm not doing that crap. And then,
how dare you suggest something to me that might get me out of my own head and improve my mental state? I'm not going to do that. I'm doing no work whatsoever towards the thing I allegedly want.
I did.
Why isn't anything changing after I've done absolutely nothing?
I feel like I'm going to get stuck on X and Z.
Xylophones.
I'd take an
Xavier
X-ray of
University.
myself. Yep.
I had to do that Sunday when I was in my funk in Denver. It was all emotional and couldn't focus on anything. And I was like, all right, just sit down and journal and figure it out. I don't know if it's medication or Dad. When I told you guys, I was like, I felt like I should have cried and I couldn't.
This is when you were in Denver?
Yeah, I sat
You're
down.
surrounded by beauty. You're back on the road doing the thing you love.
It's just in a weird
And you're in a
mood.
funk.
It was just a weird mood. And like I said, I don't know if it was just a mixture of the time change and being super tired and like my body adjusting the medication. But like I walked in and out of probably 10 different shops. And like as soon as I walked in, I'd get like overwhelmed or uncomfortable or feel like I couldn't focus on anything.
Yeah.
And then I'd get frustrated that I couldn't focus on trying on a shirt or something. And then I'd get aggravated and I'd leave. And I'd do the same thing. And like the next shop over was like, whatever. They're all like really cute little boutiques or whatever. Boutiques. And so at one
I like
point,
boutique.
Boutique, yeah.
Boutiques.
Boteek. Boutiques.
I really like your boutique. You got a lot of fun things in here.
But I sat down with my journal or my notebook and I wrote out what I was feeling. And then I was like, okay, let's end this with what things that are making me happy right now. A list of things. And I was like, oh, I'm back on the road. Basically everything you said. Back on the road. Went on a hike. All this stuff in Denver. Can really help, Code.
yeah, I just don't do things like regularly. Like I wish I did laundry on a regular basis. I just wait until like I'm at my last pair of drawers or socks or whatever I need. And today was the day where I ran out of socks. And I'm like,
all your problems are so preventable.
and I'm like, I should just designate a day of the week where no one's using the laundry room to just do laundry every week, no matter how big or how small. But I'm like,
laundry is kicking your ass?
It's
no,
not.
But
It's
little
a
things like
symptom.
that can build up.
So I literally haven't even. This is how like lazy and just I'm bothered.
You're frustrated because you know you're lazy.
Like my bag from Portland is still packed. Like I haven't even unpacked it. So
Well, that's an impossible task. I can relate to that.
It's just
people that just. I live out of my suitcase until everything's out. I just use that stuff until it's all back to where it's supposed to go.
So the opposite.
I get home and I unpack the bag. I put the
got
bag
home-
back. I put everything in the
yes.
laundry.
After traveling for 12 hours, I got home at 11:30 at night, unpacked everything because I
Yep.
don't want to wake up and look at it. I'm like,
Nope.
this is only going to
Sitting
annoy
in the
me.
middle of my floor, and I just walk around it every morning. And then
Okay, you're severely depressed.
And then I complain about socks not being clean. I'm like, let me check my bag, and I'm like, no,
You-
these are all
I was
socks
kind
I
of joking
use.
about how I do it, but like I got everything back in order within like a day.
Yeah, changing your medication might be the best thing for you if that's the effect it's having. You know,
His socks are kicking his ass.
I believe it when stuff like that just starts to pile up, and you're like, what's the point? I don't care. Screw it. I'll eat off styrofoam. I don't need a fork. I'll use my fingers.
None
It's
of these
just
are
corn.
gold toe.
Right.
The hell, man. All right. Well, there you go.
I do feel so much.
He's in a mood because of his socks.
So much pride every time I get done with my laundry and there's no like lone sock or anything like that. I'm
Right.
like, did
Everything
it again.
matches up.
Everything had a match. Everything has a hanger. We're doing good. Good job, Bill. You get a little treat now. Breakfast ice cream.
I will say something.
That's why Bill's in a good mood. Breakfast ice cream.
Yeah, try breakfast ice cream.
Breakfast dessert is legit though. Like,
And
sometimes
honestly,
if I
it's
have
probably
some
the
chocolate
best
after-
time
yes.
to eat that food
'Cause you're
because
gonna burn it
I'm going
off.
to burn it all through the day.
Yeah.
Whereas the margaritas I'm going to have later tonight are just going to sit in the old belly for a while.
What were you gonna say, Cody?
One thing I will say that made me happy and sad at the same time, but it was just so cute. When I got back from, I was doing something Sunday, and I was sitting back in the patio because my roommates had a little get together, and one of their friends brought their son, and I was sitting in the back. Some people were in the hot tub. They were watching the game, and I had shorts on. And, you know, I hate wearing shorts because of my eczema or my psoriasis. The kid's playing in the backyard, and he comes up to me, and kids always love to point. He's like, what's that? And I was like, oh, that's my psoriasis. And he said, why? I was like, I don't know. I was like, ask God. And lady, hey, I molest children. No. But he was a cute kid, though. So I forgave him because he didn't know. Kids don't know.
Yeah, they don't know any better.
Yeah.
Alan, what do you do to all the people on your show? I don't do a goddamn thing to the people on my show.
I'm good.
Why is it on me?
My dad died.
Yeah, this ain't on me.
Alan, why'd you kill her dad?
Why'd you do that?
I'm just sitting here, man. I'm just doing my job.
I feel
What are
like,
you looking at me for?
fingers crossed, mine's temporary. We'll see.
Your dad's death? Probably temporary.
You think?
Probably. Yeah, I don't think he's going to die again.
We'll rise from the ashes.
Ooh!
We haven't
You
buried
believe
the
in the
ashes
Lord
yet.
Jesus Christ.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second coming of Tony.
All hail Tony. Yeah.
If death was temporary, people would still, like, families would be like, oh, I thought I missed you, but now that you're back, oh, God, I forgot how much of a nuisance you were.
A nuisance.
Like,
nuisance.
We had all that insurance money. Of course, you had to come back to life and ruin it for everyone.
Your insurance money gets revoked. You're like, well, great. What am I supposed to do now? Repo the boat?
They find out he has a side piece. Like, who's Margaret, Dave?
Margaret.
You left everything to her, you little bastard?
All right. Well, you better get yourself out of your funk because your sports break is coming up.
That peps me up.
Okay, good. The Poundcake sports break. After this break, if you want to get a crack at $1,000, that's on the way too. I'll have the next keyword for you at 5:30 to help you go fund yourself.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 Double. there's no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Have you heard this? The new Andrew WK? Pretty good.
I have not, but
It's called Babylon. A little different than the beer commercial rock songs we're used to from him. But he's banging Kat Dennings, I think.
Is he really?
Yeah, they were posting
I was
something.
wondering who, because I saw that. I didn't know that was him.
Andrew
I
WK
follow her.
and Kat Dennings, who is she's been on. She's Darcy Lewis in the Marvel movies.
Two Broke Girls.
Yeah, she's Leah Birch. If you watch Big Mouth, she's Nick's sister. And of course, if you remember her from the Fappening years ago, remember the Fappening? When all of the celebrity nudes leaked?
Yes, I do.
Kat Dennings was front and center in that. And she dated Tom Hiddleston back in the day when they did the first Thor movie. And so, but apparently she's hot and heavy right now with Andrew WK. People remember Andrew WK? When it's time to party, we will party hard. He wore us all white. He was kind of big maybe 10, 15 years ago, and he's still been doing stuff, but he's not like a top-of-mind guy anymore, but he dropped a new song. I guess it's a couple months old now, but I like it a lot.
You say Andrew WK, I hear Michael W. Smith, who is a Christian singer, and I'm like, this doesn't sound like anything he's put out before.
When it comes to praying, we will always pray hard.
Yeah, there you
hard,
go.
pray
You get
hard.
Yeah, his first couple of songs, his album years ago was called I Get Wet, and allegedly the cover of the
It's
album...
about baptism, yeah.
Correct. He had smashed himself in the face with a brick, and so the cover of the album was him with blood all over. So he was like a gonzo type dude, right?
Yeah, and like the white jeans and white T-shirt, and then the blood. Yeah.
Yes.
It's a great album cover.
It is, yeah. And so they posted something. She posted something on Instagram, and they're together. They're doing their thing.
She is cute.
He grew up in Ann Arbor, Michigan. So way back in the day when I was on the air in Kalamazoo,
He's aged really well.
People knew who Andrew WK was. Aged really? I mean, he's 41. He looks pretty much the same.
Right.
Yeah.
Looks good for 41.
I Get Wet is 20 years old. Wow.
So is Sum 41.
Jesus Christ.
Was that
Fat Lip, or does this look infected?
Fat Lip, but like that, what's that album called?
All Killer No Filler.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's 20 years old now.
Let me find this here. Before the Poundcake sports break. This will get us pumped up.
When it's time to party, we will party hard.
People made fun of this song because they're like, geez, it sounds like a beer commercial. But out of the gate, people it's so good love this guy, yeah. Used in every sports commercial for about 10 years. I have another $1,000 in about 5 minutes. Go fund yourself.
I feel like this is a theme song for what TV show?
It sounds like, it's like written for a commercial.
No, it
almost.
is a TV show.
It is.
Someone use this. God, it's gonna bother me now.
I mean, who can't identify with we do what we like and we like what we do?
Yeah.
So he's put out about his first album he's put out 5 albums in 20 years. So he's not crazy prolific, but he's done things,
He likes to take his time.
all along the way.
You can't just come up with this stuff overnight. How do you think you just say party hard? You're thinking of all the different ways you can party. You don't get party hard right away. It takes time.
Mm-hmm. And we don't know in what sense he means that, right? Like, hey, we're going to have a hard party or party while you're hard.
Yeah.
That's how I always took it, right? He's wearing them white painter's pants. Mm-hmm. You're going to know right quick.
I think it's like
That's how we got
Shameless
Kat
or something.
Dennings. great video, too, for this song.
Yeah.
It is utterly stupid, but it's one of the greatest songs. It's because I got it cranked, Mary.
No, like it's like loud.
It's like a wall of sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
There's
compressed
a lot
and
happening.
it's a lot going on.
Poundcake,
yes.
I think what you know it from is Monsters University.
Maybe.
Seriously?
Or The Secret Life of Pets.
Oh,
Madden
God.
2003.
Yeah.
Stealing Harvard and the Smash Brothers. Those are all the... And then it was in Rock Band 3.
All right, well, there you go.
None of those sound right, but okay. I probably just... At least I recognize the song. I know what the song was.
I feel like he...
Is it Skinnerd or is it not Skinnerd?
It's not Skinnerd.
I stumbled onto... God, what was the TV show he did? I stumbled onto a show not long ago, maybe a year and a half ago. And I was like, oh my God, that's Andrew WK. He was hosting like a kid's show or something.
It's not 2.5 Men. He didn't do it. That's not the theme song.
No.
Oh no, that's just men. Okay, yeah. Damn it.
What was the show? Oh God.
Figure It Out.
No. It was like a Nickelodeon show they
Would
got
you
him to.
do? What would you dare? Would you rather? What was the name of the show? What would you do?
What would you do?
What would you do? You remember that show?
I do not.
I know that show.
Oh, Destroy, Build, Destroy. Did you ever watch that?
It's about sandcastles?
No. He hosted Destroy, Build, Destroy, where these crews would come out, they would destroy a random object, and then they'd have to build a vehicle from it. And whichever team won blew up the losers, whatever they were.
I've never heard of that, but that sounds awesome.
It was great. It was on Cartoon Network about 10 years ago.
Like a fridge? Like, what would they destroy? You said a random object. Would it be like...
No, they each had to, like, try to build something out of what they already blew up. So you take something, blow it up, or tear it up.
That's what I'm saying. What were the things they were blowing up? Like household items or, like, cars or...
I don't remember.
Okay.
High-powered explosive rocket launchers, but, all kinds of stuff to really blow this stuff up. And then the winning team would get $3,000, and they would get to destroy the losing team's creation. If there was a tie, both vehicles were destroyed. Love it.
That's a great
I just want to blow stuff up.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Oh, man, I wonder if that's streaming anywhere. Okay, I'm going to give you some money here, and then we'll get right into the Poundcake Sports Break, okay? It's $1,000 for you to win. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword STOCK at WMMS.com. That's STOCK. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
All right. Are you ready, Poundcake?
Yep.
All right. The Poundcake Sports Break. He gets 90 seconds each Wednesday around this time to give us the behind the curtain, a different perspective, if you will, on sports.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
In the headlines today, apparently there is a high school in Kansas that is the first in the country to offer an esports scholarship. Seaman High School in Topeka is offering one student a scholarship to their local community college to make their electronic gaming competition dreams come true. The specifications weren't clear in the story as to how one obtains an esports scholarship. I just find it ironic that a student from Seaman High School is likely to have a future of not spreading any. Also, apparently Zach Wilson's mom has got it going on. Craig Carton, a big mouth radio host, and apparently always says what he's thinking. Gee, how annoying. And Zach Wilson is a draftee, I think is LDS, but apparently his mom is hot AF. The pesky radio host questioned the draftee about his hot mom, and I think it caught him off guard. Awkward. I will say that just by looking at the mother and son, it gives me faith in the Holy Spirit. And lastly, living proof that excessive video gaming does you no good. Oakland Athletics pitcher Jesus Luzardo broke his pinky finger on his pitching hand from playing video games for 4 hours straight. Luzardo is out indefinitely this season and even issued an apology for the embarrassing mishap. The 23-year-old said, "I'm a kid. I make mistakes." True, but I wish I would have used that line every time I snuck into the house at 23 sore with a stinky pinky. It was excessive gaming, Mom. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
Stinky Pinky is never not funny.
It's very
Love
good.
Stinky
Soar
Pinky.
with a stinky pinky. Great job, Cook.
There you go.
Another good one.
You're always great.
Hey, Reed, what's going on?
How are you today?
I'm good. What's going on?
Well, all right, real quick. I was a huge Andrew WK fan when he came out, and I'm an amateur musician. I got sued twice by him and lost both times.
Why'd you get sued?
Well, I wrote a song called "Let's Party Really Hard."
Yeah.
And that didn't cut it, and I lost, and I had to pay out a little bit on that. And then I wrote a song, I switched it up, and I was like, "Let's Party Really Difficultly."
Right.
And they got me on that, too, and I had to pay up.
I was going to say, it sounds a little clunky, Reed, to be honest with you. I mean, lyrically, let's party.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's party difficultly. And quite
fortunately, well, I was going to say, fortunately, I was able to pay restitution in beer.
Well, he doesn't drink, though, Reed.
Well, it's to his band members.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, in your defense, how hard could he possibly be partying when he's a teetotaler?
Well, he said he parties hard, so I figured, I party really hard.
Yeah. But sometimes difficultly, too.
Yeah, it can be difficult.
All right, good. Thank you, Reed.
All right,
I'm sorry for your losses. Love you,
Reed,
too.
what you need to do is change the word party, take the word party out and switch it with like celebrate or something like that.
Celebrate.
Yes. When I like to celebrate, I always celebrate hard.
There you go. Celebrate hard. Uh-huh. All right. And he's also an atheist, which I assume is what accounts for the all-white getup.
Is that an atheist thing?
Huh? I don't know, isn't it?
Is it? I have no idea.
Isn't it a twist? Isn't it a finger in the eye to people who think of angels and Jesus as all in white? Right? You're an atheist. They're reclaiming that lack of color.
Taking it back?
Taking back the white. Remember those marches in college, Take Back the White? No. I think those probably happen now, too.
I know the Take Back
Charlottesville.
Tonight.
Oh,
Yeah.
you do? Okay. Yeah. So Andrew WK still out there doing his thing. This time he's doing it into Kat Dennings, I guess.
Hey-oh.
He does what he likes, and he likes what he does. And right now,
I like what he does too.
That's Kat Dennings.
I'm impressed by that.
Well, and he's
good pull, sir.
In his defense, he hasn't done 5 albums of just that. He's always mixed it up a little bit, and I appreciate that.
He's a dynamic performer.
Yeah.
And
he's a nice guy. I've only met him one time, but he was very. He's like a nice, fun guy.
Well,
no pretense around him.
But when did he quit drinking, or did he just never drink?
That I don't know. I think that I don't know. It is Cinco de Mayo. Fiesta hard might be the way to go today.
Ooh.
Fiesta hard. People are saying that Poundcake's sports break, a couple of people here are telling me, that was your best one yet.
They say that every week. They are getting better and better.
Stronger.
He
grows stronger and stronger. I had Andre text me. He's like, "Hey, if Poundcake needs any help with this," I'm like, "Bro, he's got it."
Does he sound like he needs help? He doesn't sound like he needs help.
I mean, he's just a booster, so he's a fan. But
I appreciate that, Andre. We on a first name basis,
and he's coming for you, Andre. He's gonna come for that job. He's gonna be in the dugout before you know it with the tribe.
Yeah, I think Andre, if you're listening, I think your job's fine. But listen, Poundcake's, he doesn't need your job. He's blazing his own trail. He's doing.
I could do all the locker room commentary.
You're not supposed to comment on their bodies, though.
So I'm in here, and Kevin Love is looking real
Oh my God!
toned.
Look at that ass. Yeah. Do you want to ask me about the game or anything? No, man. Turn around. Take that towel off.
The surprisingly hairy. He was like, what?
I'm here with Shane Bieber, and I'm a believer. He's got a bat down there.
I would immediately be fired and then sued.
For sexual harassment.
It's not sexual harassment if it's acting.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
It's always sexual harassment.
I was just doing it for the show.
Any sentence that starts with, it's not sexual harassment if, it's always sexual harassment.
It's not sexual harassment if they're naked.
Unless it's sexual assault.
Right.
It's like, it's not sexual harassment if it's just sexual assault.
If I text him when he didn't want to be touched.
So again, I have every confidence that Andre Knott's position is just fine.
There's a kid here with a press pass saying he's the shower correspondent.
The shower correspondent.
He's trying to do all the interviews from his knees.
We don't really understand.
Two dudes. He keeps saying, speak directly into my microphone. I don't know what that means. But it can't mean anything good. We've kicked him out 2 times already.
He's finding his way back here.
So, right. Topeka, you said Topeka, Kansas? Is that what you said?
Topeka.
Topeka, Kansas.
That's a website.
Seaman High School.
Won't be spreading any.
That was pretty good.
Won't be spreading.
That was a little grenade. He kind of pilled the pin and threw it, and then a second later you got it. Hey, you can always leave us a message, by the way, the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can use it after hours. You can use it during the show, whatever you like. It's 216-986-8903.
Hi, this is Randy. Got back from Walmart. Pretty good day. Got myself a brand new 12-gauge shotgun. It's a 2004. I'm actually sitting in the living room right now cleaning this thing up. Oh, my God. I just shot Bessie Fat Boy. I have to call you back.
What? I'll tell you what. You're not supposed to have one in the chamber when you're cleaning the gun.
People don't get
Why
it.
would anybody not check? Why so many dirty guns people have? You always hear about people that have to clean their gun. I was cleaning my gun. There was a story about a month or so ago about this woman who got shot and killed by her neighbor because he was cleaning his gun. And I'm like, okay, sure, that's what happened. The neighbor got killed because he was cleaning his gun. It just went off right into her head. I got a dirty gun. I had to, you don't have to take it apart to clean it.
There's a Rodney Atkins song called Cleaning This Gun about a girl.
I bet it's about his wiener.
No, it's about a girl. His daughter brings her boyfriend over for the first time, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll be sitting right here cleaning this gun when you get back. You're going to be on time, right?"
So the implication is that if anything goes wrong, he'll kill the boyfriend.
Yes.
He just wants him to know.
Right.
That
murder's on the table.
Murder is on the table.
That's
I
all
gotcha.
he says.
Yeah, just sitting here cleaning my gun.
My daughter has no agency. I will murder you if she's a little bit late.
I told you she shouldn't be dating at 11. Hey, Eric.
What her mom was.
How you guys doing today?
Good. What's going on?
So I had a little quick little thing. Andrew WK. We used to rock out a lot. Bike shop buddy used to own. I actually used to live in the back with a couple other guys. So early 20s, having fun. You know, just every Friday, Saturday, there was huge parties, always Andrew WK.
Yep.
Shortly after the shop was getting ready to close, one of the guys actually ended up being a tattoo artist. And about a dozen of us...
Being what? You cut out. Being what?
Ended up being a tattoo artist.
Oh, okay.
And shortly after the shop closed, we all went and we all got Party Hard tattooed across our toes. So there's about a dozen of us just with Party Hard across our toes.
And your toes.
It's always a good one. Yeah, it felt great, but yeah, it's always a good story.
Oh, that was the story. Okay, hey,
Yeah.
thank you, Eric. I appreciate it. I'm just breaking his balls. Thank you, Eric. All right, I got a break here. If you want to get a text into me, 35192. We do what we like, and we like what we do here on the show. And we'll be back after these.
100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
216-578-1007 to get to us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. You can watch at AlanCoxShow.com. Thank you to Miguel Culstillo. Miguel Culstillo is what I'm going to go with. I don't know how to say it. Yeah, okay. You just write them down and transmit. I understand. Miguel Culstillo. Thank you for helping out today.
Culstillo.
Mm-hmm. Indians tonight, 3rd of 4. Beat the Royals twice.
How's Miguel spelled?
Migwell. Phonetically there. Miguel Culstillo is what I'm going to go with. Indians 7-3 over the Royals last night. Dragging the Royals down and bumping the Indians up. So 8:10 tonight is your first pitch in Kansas City here on MMS. Cavs game will be over on WTAM 1100. They lose again last night in overtime, 134 to 118. So once they hit overtime, then they really got blown out. Tonight they are here at home. They're going to play the Portland Trail Blazers at 7:30. So that'll be over there. Joe in Philly, what's going on?
Yo, what up, guys?
How are you?
Doing good. So you guys were talking about cleaning guns, and I had a story about a neighbor's son of my parents' neighborhood. I actually grew up with this kid. He's about 4 years older than me. This happened about 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago. He's a state trooper, mind you, cleaning his gun in his living room. Killed his wife, who was pregnant.
Oh, no! What have I done? Oh, this accident. Oh, no.
Right, exactly. So the whole thing was fishy from the start. It took about a year to that the state finally actually convicted him of something. He got about maybe 18 months sentence, and he only served 6 months. So he's been living at my parents' neighbor's house, his parents' house, ever since. I see him regularly. It's just a very odd situation. It's so weird.
It took them a year to figure that out.
Was it
manslaughter? It probably wasn't, and it was woman and baby slaughter.
Yeah, I mean, initially they didn't charge him with anything. And then finally they're like, this is too convenient to be a state trooper and to accidentally have your gun discharged while cleaning it. Hey, why are you cleaning it in your family room?
But what conviction would give you 18 months for killing someone? Even manslaughter, you get 3 years and then 10 years probation or something like that. I don't know. I'm just saying. My uncles are murderers.
Yeah,
they get the real thing.
I don't think they just had enough evidence to really get him with anything solid. And
it was his word versus hers, and she was a little tongue-tied.
She's a little tied up.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got you. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, be safe, guys.
All right, you too. There's Joe in Philadelphia. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio like Joe does, tell me where you do that. Mark is a new listener in Bailey, Colorado. Jason listens in McKinney, Texas.
Oh, he just hit us up the other day.
Yes, he did. Requested a pink pin on the map, and I obliged. Joe listens in Atlanta. Pat is in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Steve listens in Sacramento. Let me go deep here. Let me go to some early bureau chiefs. First ones on the map. Let me go to the first ones on the map. Mike in Seattle.
Bam!
Danielle in Orange County, California.
Bam!
Molly in Falls Church, Virginia.
Bam!
State of my birth. Justin in Honolulu.
Bam!
Carrie in Cave Creek, Arizona.
Bam! Somewhere around there.
Isabel in the St. Joe Benton Harbor area there in Michigan.
Bam!
Mark listens in Bayonne, New Jersey.
Oh, that was generic point. You didn't point to New Jersey. No.
Jersey's not that big.
It's
about
real.
He pointed to the
I
north.
pointed to the
on the map. It's
New
on
England region.
On the map, it's about as big as his finger, so you can do that.
I'm kidding.
Nate in Rockford, Illinois. About 90 miles northwest of Chicago. All right, good. Thank you. Those are some of our earliest bureau chiefs. People who took the advice to listen to. And then we've got people with no connection to Cleveland whatsoever who came out to see Mary in Colorado
Yes.
who just found the show.
Yes.
Spending
on
money.
the app.
The coolest.
They're,
Yeah.
They're more loyal than the people that's been listening to us for a while. Some of them have never bought a ticket.
He
Or
was like geeking out. It was really cool. I'm trying to see if I wrote down his name. I didn't. Of course I didn't.
you had like a superstar
his name was
moment,
Adam.
like I did in South Carolina when I was on the beach, like however many miles away from home, and someone like, "Is that Poundcake?" I was like, "Me?" Wind blowing in my hair. I'm like,
Right.
"Paparazzi."
Turned out somebody had just dropped a pound cake in the dust, and those people wanted to go have some.
It was a fan. It was like his name was Zach or something, but that was the coolest thing ever. Just randomly ran into him on the beach, and he was what are the odds of that? And he was from like Charleston or something, or no, he's from like Virginia Beach or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, understood. Hey, I've got some sperm news for you.
Sperm news. Seaman High School,
Topeka, Kansas.
How about Topanga? That's close
Hey.
enough, right?
Yeah.
Topanga is pregnant again. Danielle Fishel. You might recall her husband went viral a little while ago. This is the danger of going viral. She's married to this guy named Jensen Karp, who I guess is some internet comedian or I don't know what. Danielle Fishel, of course, was Topanga on Boy Meets World. And they already have a kid, and she revealed that they're going to have another child. But her husband, Jensen Karp, was the guy who went viral because he said he found shrimp tails in his Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Yes.
And then everybody came forward after that. He's like, I'm just having some fun here. And basically every girl who had ever dated him came forward once that went viral and said, this guy is a stalker and one of the worst human beings you'll ever meet in your life. And every woman he ever had contact with was blowing this guy up.
Except Topanga. She stood by her man.
She's ride or die. But how would you like to be the wife in that situation? Like, the wife's also famous.
Yeah, more famous.
More famous than he is, right. And she's like, well, this is cool. But then some other people have said that she's kind of a piece of crap too. So I don't know what. I don't know what that's.
They found each other.
That's how they found each other. That's right. They've been married for 3 years. So they're
2 kids in 3 years.
They're not wasting any time, boy.
Who says that they were married when they had the first kid?
I'm just
People have kids out of wedlock. Stop judging.
It's not you're judging.
Can you please put the cape on?
He's big for his britches today.
Jerk
He's
today.
Yeah, he's off his meds, literally off his meds. She just celebrated her 40th birthday.
Pregnant at 40.
Pregnant at 40. My mom did it.
My sister had a kid last year. She's 42.
Yeah. The kid was 42?
Yeah, Benjamin Button.
Jesus
man.
Christ, that had to be a tough pregnancy.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you follow her on Instagram, you saw that announcement, and the whole thing with her husband kind of died down, but at the time, boy, there was a white-hot spotlight on that guy, and for all the wrong reasons.
What's his name again?
Jensen Karp. And he just looks like one of these nerds who probably got into a couple of writers' rooms and started treating the girls like crap. And at least that's what the implications were, the allegations were against the guy. I had heard the name, but I didn't know what he did. But again,
he cared too much.
You can. That's the danger of, like, if you know you have that in your past and you've operated under the radar long enough, and then you go viral for something, especially something that you've clearly faked and made up, and you're trying to go, hey, I'm over here doing this, shrimp tails in the cereal, come on. And, everybody comes out of the woodwork and goes, oh, let me tell you about this guy. Let me tell you about when he told everybody that he shared revenge porn photos of me or whatever. A sperm donor in New York is getting a lot of coverage. This guy's name is Ari Nagel. They call him the Sperminator because we've run out of nicknames. He's already fathered 78 children.
Whoa.
He's 44. He's fathered dozens of kids. He has 13 on the way. And he says he's even helped many women conceive the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Why does everybody want his sperm?
Don't know.
Because it's there.
He admits that he just can't say no. I don't know.
At sperm banks, they give you like a list. From what I know, they give you like a list of like the family history and like medical stuff and things like that. So he must have pretty impressive resume or something.
He's a professor. He says he has. I just feel like
they call him Dr. Love.
I feel like eventually you're going to get in some kind of legal trouble, or I don't know, man.
Not if you go into it with that agreement or whatever.
No, plenty of people have gotten screwed on those agreements. There are plenty of people who have been sperm donors, also on condition of anonymity. Like, they don't have your name and your face in there. They're just like, hey, here's somebody, DNA's good, whatever. This is what they do.
He's doing it for the pub.
Yeah, there have been people who have been jammed up on condition of anonymity that they get, like, found and are on the hook for child support in some of these states. They're like, look, man, the reason I did this because I didn't want to be, I'm not looking to be somebody's dad.
Making extra money.
I need a quick $50.
$50? That's all it goes for?
It's nothing.
Back in the day, it was like 50, maybe 75 if you were lucky.
I don't even know if it's that anymore.
It's a day's pay.
A lot of the women are just in the U.S. Sometimes they're abroad. I went to Africa twice last month to try and meet
they're always abroad. Am I right? Because he's putting... Whether or not he's a graduate of Seaman High School in Topeka, Kansas, I don't know. But, boy, he's out there.
Did I pronounce Topeka wrong?
No, I'm just playing with you.
Oh, okay. I never know these days.
No.
Went to Africa twice last month to try and meet women to help them conceive. The month before that, I was in Barbados and then Georgia, the country, not the state. Well, of the 13 women that are currently pregnant, I gave it to them all in a cup, and then they just put it in themselves. Sometimes we end up using
This guy is going to get in trouble. He went to Africa to help women conceive the old-fashioned way. This guy's a sperm tourist, and something's going to happen.
Poundcake.
A clinic if they're older. Around a dozen of my children were conceived the old-fashioned way. I never charged any of the women for helping them grow their families. Of course, I do get paid with lots of hugs and kisses and a lifetime of appreciation.
Right. This guy, nobody needs that much appreciation. Nobody's that... They're going to find something out about this guy.
I did think about...
He goes, I'm just not good at saying no. Okay.
Do they have international child support?
No clue.
Because I asked my friend, who he was a soldier overseas, and I'm like, if you get someone pregnant over there and then you fly back, what happens? Like, if you just don't take care of the kid?
Well, listen, there's going to be lesbian couples who want to have a kid, and, there's all these states where they still act like it's the goddamn Bronze Age, where they won't let, gay people adopt or whatever. So...
If I wanted to have a kid, I would do like what I call a friendmily, and I'll find a lesbian couple, and then me and my boyfriend or husband or whatever will have partial custody, and so will they. And then,
Why the new word? Why the portmanteau?
I think it's cool, friendmily. Like, it'd be my sperm, and I'm putting it in one of them.
But it's still family.
But we're friends, so
I understand,
we'll
but
co-parent.
That's never happened before. People don't have kids with their friends.
What I'm saying is, friendly.
I think it's cool.
I get it. I'm just saying it's literally your family. If it's your kid, it's literally your family.
Yeah, but it's someone I decided she was a friend, and I wanted...
You wanted to make up a cool word.
Yeah, friendly.
And you worked backwards. Friendly. They go, it's just family. No, you're my friend. It's a friendly. No, it's going to be your kid, so it's your family member. It's your blood relative.
No.
I want to use friendly.
Are you trying to friend zone your kid?
I'm saying the girl I had the...
And why didn't you go with fammed?
Friendly.
Boy.
This is why working backwards is sometimes a good thing.
There's a high school in suburban Chicago that we would wrestle sometimes called Fremd, because it's a guy's last name is William Fremd High School, but it just looks so weird.
Yeah.
Unlike jackets, the school would have the script, the high school jackets, name of your school in like that swirly script.
You think it stands for something.
Fremd High School, yeah. I'm like,
not enough vowels.
Fremd.
It's Panem.
Pam?
There's two M's.
Pam.
Letterman jackets.
Shut your mouth.
What, Poundcake?
Letterman jackets should just be reserved for sports and sports only. When they start going into like chess club and
theater,
like
all kinds of stuff,
band, all that
you
stuff.
can letter in anything.
Well, okay. Well, I would say something active, like
letter in theater.
Did I make that up? Because once I said it, it sounded wrong.
Band people have it.
I know band people have it.
They might be the ones designing the jackets.
Feel like orchestra.
I lettered in tuba.
I just feel like there was no point.
You'd say like orchestra, or it'd say band or marching band, whatever.
You lettered in orchestra?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mine was
it's extracurriculars, so that's what it was.
I thought it was just sports.
No.
Mm-hmm. Mine would say bullied on the back of mine. Just where everyone know, like, if you take my jacket off and it's on somebody else, it's because I got bullied.
I don't have many friends at this school, so I got bullied.
Did you letter in cheerleading?
I did.
Yeah.
And we got
which letter?
H.
You're supposed to wear your boyfriend's jacket.
Mm-hmm. No, he was real tall. He was like 6'2".
Yeah, that's still, you're supposed to wear it as like a dress. That's what bitches do. Like they have like their boyfriends.
Mary, that's what bitches do.
I didn't realize.
Were you not a bitches?
I was not a bitches.
That's me. I'm bitches. I'm bitches.
God, I had a hoodie of his that I wore like every day.
I love nothing more than to just wear a man's hoodie. Yeah. Just have his scent all over me. Yeah.
Can you letter in cheerleading? Somebody asked Google.
Yes.
Mary Santora confirms that you can.
What can't you letter in?
Mary, what is the hardest position in cheerleading?
This sounds like a trick question. I don't know. It depends. Probably the guys. They have 2 people standing on top of them.
This says the base.
Yeah. The base, the guys, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Means the base. An athlete who is awarded a letter or letters in multiples. See, I didn't letter. I don't even know what that really means.
It means you did really well. And you letter in
I got
your
a
sport.
pity letter in lacrosse just because I was on the team for so many years.
Really? Yeah, they probably do that
I
too.
mean, first 2 seasons I wrestled, I blew hard, but then I got better and went to state and all that. But I don't remember. I didn't get a letter.
I feel like if you went to state, you would have
definitely
lettered.
You didn't.
We got like
maybe it was only for the upper weight classes because I never broke 135.
I don't know.
I don't think it would do that.
If you were a varsity wrestler, you should have lettered.
Were you varsity?
No.
Well, then maybe I think it's only for varsity. Like you can only, and I could be wrong. It's been so long. I think you can only letter as a varsity person if you're. But it doesn't matter what grade you're in, because like we had sophomores, sophomores who made the varsity squad, and you could letter as a sophomore if you were a varsity athlete.
It's all very confusing to me.
And then once you letter again, so if you're like a sophomore and you letter, then you get just like a little bar that means like you lettered again, and then the third one.
Well, you get like epaulets or
triple letter in,
okay.
in cheerleading.
So what are the letters?
No, the letter is like, so Berea was a big blue, and yes, so that's you lettering, and then you get little pins for every sport that you letter in. So you would have like a basketball, a baseball, and a soccer if you lettered in all
But
three.
people don't say I pinned.
No.
Like I got pinned a lot my first couple of seasons in wrestling.
No.
I got pinned all the time. Maybe that's what they meant.
Maybe.
I thought they were making fun of me for getting pinned all the time. Maybe they meant that I was lettering.
No. Probably not.
Yeah. All right. I watched a lot of David Letterman when I was a kid. Maybe does that count?
They twisted your body into
Probably
a letter?
not. They did.
Yes.
Yes. A capital Q, as memory serves.
Took a lot of L's, maybe. Is that what you're thinking?
I sure did. Yep. Took a lot of nuts to the face, too. Hey, C. C is your name? C?
Yep.
Hi.
That's me.
What's up?
So I wanted to clear up something about the Letterman's jacket. At least in my school, what it was if you spent at least 4 years in an activity, it could be sports, extracurricular, pretty much anything, they would give you a letter if you did at least 4 years in that particular.
I wonder if that's a newish development, because I don't ever remember like people lettering in French club or anything like that.
I think it is newer. I mean, I'm 22, and I think it is newer in my generation because, you know, people want Letterman's jackets, but they're not in a sport, so they're trying to be more inclusive, I think.
Damn kids in your participation letters. I get it. Hey, I'm in chess club. I want a letter. I want a big old C.
So what did you letter in?
I lettered in choir, actually. I did that for 6 years.
You were in high school for 6 years?
You weren't in high school for 6 years, C.
No, I was in middle school choir as well.
Oh, middle school choir. She got us with the middle school choir. Oh, who knew?
I was just bummed that they didn't let you pick the letter.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I
it's
think the letter should be not the letter of the school. It should be the first letter of the thing you're lettering in. Like chess club, you get a C. French club, you get an F. Wrestling, you get a whatever wrestling starts with.
But if you're in chess club, what
one of
if
them
you're more
double
than one
Vs.
thing? You're in chess club and you play basketball. You get 2. You get a C and a B.
CB, Citizens Band, baby.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Thank you, C.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. They were trying to make it more inclusive. Boy, you don't want to get a French club kid mad. He's going to write a strongly worded... You want to talk about letters? Strongly worded letters.
I feel like I just stumbled onto something that's kind of breaking my brain because a W is actually a double V because it's got the hard angles. It's not
If
really
you write it like that, mine are loopy.
I feel like
You just came to that conclusion?
I mean, yeah, sure.
All right. I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, time to roll. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out today. Do it all over again tomorrow around 2 o'clock. What do you got coming up, William?
This weekend, I'm recording an album at Hilarities. You can get tickets at hilarities.com Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then check out the Bill Squire Show on iHeartRadio or wherever you get podcasts. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire.
Mary Lynn?
Tomorrow night, today's Wednesday, right? Yeah, tomorrow night I am headlining 2 shows at the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls. I'm closing out the Rubber City Comedy Festival there tomorrow night. So if you guys want to grab tickets, funnystop.com. And then Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram, Mary_Santora on Twitter.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, and new Poundcake podcast tomorrow.
Okay, awesome. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. If you need to hit me up for anything, if you need an Alan Cox Show sticker, you can always email me. Hit the very bottom of AlanCoxShow.com. And this show available on demand on the aforementioned iHeartRadio app. If you prefer to watch the show, you can. Our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. And if you need to drop us a message between now and tomorrow, or anytime, you can do it. The After Hours line, 216-986-8903. About 5 minutes away here from your next shot to grab $1,000, so listen for that keyword to go fund yourself. And Tribe Game, tonight, 8:10. They start again in Kansas City. 4-game stretch. They won the first 2, so they're going for number 3 tonight.